All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spartan Stadium. Live on EA TV as we have a freshman JV doubleheader tonight against the visiting Prairieville Hurricanes. Not visiting from too far away, Mr. Ralph Delat. Just down the road a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little hike up the road here. I tell you what, this is the first time I get to see Prairieville's uniforms, and their away uniforms. That is clean colors. It's not blue and yellow, but it is clean colors, man.
It's not bad. A little Seahawks kind of thing going on there. The navy and they call it poison green. It's called
poison green.
Poison green.
Now, one thing we got to talk about tonight is, and maybe you don't understand it either, but the bird and their mascot.
Yeah. Well, I am probably a little more keyed in on that stuff than most people since my wife works there. I do have a little bit of an in there, and that's it's gumbo. You're talking about gumbo, and gumbo is the white heron. They call him Jumbo Gumbo, is what they call him over there, and he is. There's an inflatable version of him, and he's pretty doggone big.
White heron.
Yeah,
but he's poison green in navy.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Let's see here. We're getting some skipping here. So I brought another camera here because we're still having that issue there. I'm going to work on that throughout the game here, but we got it. Look at there. We got it right there, clean as it can be. So we'll be good there. Just got to be a little bit of a camera operator there, which ain't a problem. Let's see here. So we'll go ahead and zoom out to our standard angle there. All right. So we are just about ready for action here from Spartan Stadium, which will be quiet for the next 4 Friday nights. It's going to feel very weird, very, very weird not having.
And even the road trip, I mean, all our road trips are close. We got one that we got to travel, but the rest are pretty much at home within the parish. So.
Right. It's just the parish, and then we take one little jog out to Lafayette. And other than that, we're just taking a little tour of the parish this year. I was thinking it's almost like I post stuff on social media every day for school, and you start thinking about everything in those terms of like what it would look like on a Facebook post, and I'm thinking like we're trying to work on something to get out by Friday of like a concert tour. You have the T-shirts with all the tour dates on it, So we're working on a post that looks like that for the next 4 weeks there. And we might try to find a way to tie 2 dozen roses into that a little bit there. So I'll just let that kind of marinate there. But that's something that we got in the pipeline there. So,
but it is pretty cool that we had started district play, and we're pretty much taking care of the Livingston Parish teams. We got one left,
right? And I'm not sure. And they are the weakest.
The weakest one,
the weakest of the 3 so far this year. Yeah. And I don't know what's going on there. I mean, now they might get their act together. You never know. But
and look, and Walker's always that up and down school, though. They're not a consistent Denham Springs, who's pretty consistently good, or even a Live Oak. But all right, Spartans are going to take the field on defense first. So, Coach, normally on Friday nights it's me and Tony. You're normally calling the games live up here and working scoreboard and stuff. And Tony and I, because of you, we have homework and we get it done. And so we got a lot to talk about, right? And so I'm coming out to a freshman game, and I'm not going to lie to you, it's my first freshman game of the season. So I'm probably going to lean on you a little bit on finding out some stuff with it. I have Brock and I sit down and talk a good bit, and so he keeps me informed about it. But it's for ins and outs and players' names and who to look for and that kind of stuff. Look at the little screen set up.
Yeah, there you go. They got a flag on that. Yeah, the biggest difference is 8-minute quarters. That's of course the first thing you notice when you get out here.
Right.
And the rules are enforced. Now this is week 6, so you definitely are going to get more enforcement than what you saw in the first few weeks. But they're a little loose on it, and they're trying to coach kids up as much as they can on the more technical stuff. Now the simple stuff, they're going to call it all, but sometimes they refrain from calling some of the lighter stuff. They are going to call an eligible downfield there.
The last freshman game I attended, I think my son Court was playing freshman football here.
It doesn't draw a huge crowd from just general fans, and I can understand.
Yeah, that in the time as well. It is hard to get here.
It is.
Now, I mean, looking out here, we do have a decent little crowd here.
Not bad. And Prairieville brought a good little bunch there, and it'll thicken up for JV as people get off work, and the sun goes down a little bit, and you got to start these at 5:30, or else these JV games will go to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, you won't get them done.
Yeah, you gotta do it, and it's not the ideal thing, and you wish you could do it a little different way, but that's about what it is.
Boy, big hit in the backfield there.
Yes,
they tried to hand off that ball,
and of course, what you're going to find in these situations in these freshman games is offensive line play is really where you see a lot of struggling, and and if you don't have that, then you're going to be in trouble. And you can't run most of your offense if you guys can't block anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're really putting it all together, right? We're coming in as freshmen. All these kids, they've played at other middle schools, and they're coming here for the first time playing together. So they're learning the whole system now. I don't understand. It still kills me, I guess, but I've always said Gonzales and Central ought to run EA's offense and defense
as much as possible. Absolutely.
That way when they get here, it's second nature.
And there is, a lot of collaboration, but at the same time,
Central and Gonzales want to beat each other,
right?
So they don't want,
right?
They don't want to keep running the same plays. I get it.
Yeah, they're trying to be a little competitive too.
Yeah.
So, but they do, they do run the stuff that we ask them to run the most. They definitely, our coaches are always on call if they have any questions about anything. Brock visits over there regularly, and they're at as many middle school games as humanly possible.
Yeah, I was at one a couple weeks ago, and they were almost the whole staff was there watching.
And look, tomorrow we host Gonzales hosts Lowry here, and that's I'm telling you, Gonzales and Central have run the parish so far. And I think between the two of them, they've probably beaten just about everybody.
Right.
So we could be looking at that Super Bowl coming up at the end of the month as a parish championship game, which that would be
pretty exciting. Yeah,
absolutely incredible.
All the Spartan babies battling for the championship.
So that would be a lot of fun. And of course, they work that schedule out every year to where that last game is rivalry week. So that's really cool. So it's entirely possible that we could be looking at a Gonzales Central Parish Championship game there right here. And then we got to look at the scheduling of that. I know there's going to be some changes on that because it's currently scheduled for our Dutchtown varsity game that night. So we're going to change that. And then Friday, that's a Thursday night. Friday night's Halloween. So that's probably moving to Wednesday is my guess. That's my best guess. But we don't have anything official on that. But we'll be posting that as soon as we get together with those middle schools and figure out. I think it's technically a Gonzales home game. So it's kind of their call there. So we'll see how that goes.
I know we discussed putting them on EA TV as well.
Oh yeah, that game will absolutely be broadcast live for sure.
And he just throws it away.
Good coach.
Pressure.
Yeah, good job by Coach Alvin on that catch there in the sun too. That's not bad at all. Alvin Takeshita, our freshman head coach there. Great guy.
I've butchered his name every Friday night.
Oh, it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one.
From Hawaii, correct?
Yes, from Hawaii, and played at the University of Kentucky.
Okay.
So he's got a cool story. Military man, a Navy man. So when I asked him if we're doing an anthem tonight, he was very quick to say yes. Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So Prairieville's going to punt this thing away here, and of course, punt's another thing in freshman ball. I mean, it's as good as your snapper is.
Those are shaky normally.
You need a good snapper, I'll tell you that. If you don't have one of those, then you're in big trouble. So we'll see. Usually,
Andre Bias is in back deep to return this one.
That's not a bad one for freshman ball, and you're not going to get anywhere near that. Leave it alone. There you go, and it'll be 1st and 10 EA near midfield. Nothing wrong with that. So we're in a tough spot here because no hydration timeouts anymore, but it's 90 degrees.
It's warm today.
And it is at the discretion of the officials. So they can do that when if they feel necessary, they can do it. So they might do it tonight.
But Friday night, first Friday we don't do them. I think we had more cramps Friday night than.
Oh yeah, since Brother Martin.
Since we started, yeah,
since Brother Martin. I'm not really sure what the deal was with that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Run a little tricky to start it off, and the ball was just underthrown.
You're gonna need a little better execution there.
Threw it like a shot put.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was holding it like that. Had that loaf of bread kind of looked like that, which you see that a lot. People running the ball in freshman ball, but oh man, yeah, that was. Yeah. And what you see in freshman ball is a lot of like, you can kind of tell what they're trying to do, and then you can also see the roughness of it as well. Which for true football fans, there's some fun and there's some fun in that. Not much doing there.
No, not much blocking on that one. Jordan Elder, that's a big running back right there.
Big guy from Gonzales Middle. Last year we watched him in the EA Super Bowl just run all over Central. It was just toss him left, toss him right, and nobody could touch him. He's a varsity ready player physically, no doubt about it. And he's also young, just turned 14. I mean,
wow.
He's
a big boy.
Yeah, so he's got to kind of catch up to that body there.
Nice little play over the middle.
Of course, it's 3rd and 11, and we're not getting anywhere near that. We're getting a lot closer to 0 there. But nice throw there, nice catch. And that's going to bring up 4th and 13.
4th and long, but it looked like his forward progress, like he caught it up further than that. Wasn't going to get him the first down regardless, but.
So this freshman team has struggled somewhat, lost a very good Catholic team, lost to Santa Maria a couple weeks ago, played Thibodeau. That's the one I think we won that one. I can't remember, though. In freshman games, it's hard to remember wins and losses simply because it's, there's the ubiquitous missing player on special teams. That'll happen pretty much every special team is playing freshman ball. And then they're so tired of getting yelled at by the time they get to Friday night, you don't see that anymore.
Did not handle that snap well at all.
No.
Good roll for us, though.
And we'll take that.
Down it at 30.
All right, there we go. And just like that, we have over half of the first quarter gone.
30 minutes left.
2 3 and outs has got us 5 minutes off the clock.
So back to what you were saying about scheduling and records and that kind of stuff. So Brock and I sat down and he, I laugh. I know y'all go back and watch when we do a Friday night broadcast, and I call him the cerebral assassin. The guy is just, just mentally he's so strong, and what he preaches is it's not about the wins and the losses at that level. And everybody says it, but at the end of the day, not everybody truly believes that.
That's right. Okay? You say it because you're supposed to say
correct.
It, but you don't really mean it.
He is actually trying to build more than a he's trying to build a legacy here. And it starts with these young guys. Bad snap and swarm of Spartans take him down in the backfield. But Brock is really trying to build something here, and it starts with these guys. And one of the things he tells me is it's not about that win or that loss. It's did we get better?
Absolutely.
And a win does not necessarily mean better,
You can win a game the wrong way.
Yes.
And sometimes your team needs to take that loss because it needs to learn from that loss. And if you win on some kind of trickery or something, then you rob them of the chance of reflecting on that loss. And then you win, and a lot of kids never look back at it again,
Yep.
But that loss will force them to reflect. So, yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a bad way to win.
Yes.
Some coaches don't believe that, but the good ones do, There's definitely a bad win in freshman ball for sure. Because when they win, those kids aren't looking back at that game.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're coming to watch film like it's ESPN.
That's right.
When they lose, then now they're ready to fix it,
So I don't know if you've ever heard me call it, but and it's reflecting from varsity on down already to freshman, the T-ball defense.
Oh, please elaborate.
Ball is put in play. and everybody on the team swarms to the ball. That is the T-ball defense. And look, that's how we tackle on Friday nights, and that's how this freshman team, I mean, every time that little pitch out right there, every Spartan was swarmed to that ball on that play. So,
and that's something Brock and that defensive staff preaches. You know, Darius Carroll, Dennis Gaines, all those guys, Robbie Martin, all of them. You know, they preach pursuit to that ball above all else. Effort.
This defense that we're running, where we're standing up, overthrown. Educate me on this, okay? So Brock and I've asked him a couple times about it, and he's kind of giving me little bits here and there. Mainly what I gathered from what he told me was you never know where our pressure is going to come from.
Correct.
What do you even call this defense? Because it's not something that you see often.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. It's called the Amoeba Defense. And as you can see, just mass confusion here.
Yeah.
There's a mass substitution, and there's if we have 11 guys on the field, it'll be a miracle. There we go. Decent punt there. Huh? Yeah, that'll work. And just stay away from it. Good job there, 80. Just stay away from that.
Getting a good roll for him.
There you go. That's solid. That's a solid. Sorry, guys. I'm forgetting I'm the cameraman. And that's the second straight time I forgot to run the clock on the punt, so I'm just going to run it now. There we go. And when we get at halftime here, I'm going to put a camera up on the scoreboard so we can get that scoreboard shot on there too, because we got good camera here. We got a good clear view. But we need the clock and the score up there on it. So I'll do that at halftime. So it's called the Amoeba Defense, and it's they say that because amoebas are just kind of free-floating, unicellular organisms. And I don't want to get into biology here because it's not my specialty. But
I think I failed biology, so you'd be over my head.
But the whole point of it is that it gives the offense as little of a chance to read where the defense is coming from as possible.
Gotcha.
And we got a timeout here for Prairieville at the beginning of a possession, which is it's a Les Miles kind of thing right there. And I'm just kidding. My good friend Mark Bell over there across the way, longtime Spartan, second year at Prairieville. So the idea is that it looks crazy, and you're in the stands. You're probably yelling. You're saying, "Oh my God, what's going to happen? We're going to, oh God." But in the mind of the defensive players, their responsibility does not change from a normal defensive alignment.
Gotcha.
So they have a gap they're responsible for. They have a read that they're making at the snap based on the formation. Everything you would have in a normal 4-3 or 3-4 defense is there. It's just the pre-snap presentation of it is meant to confuse the offense and give up as little as possible about what they're going to do before the snap. So it makes it hard because more and more teams are using pre-snap reads on offense, and you can't really pre-snap read this stuff.
That's the look-back offense that we like to joke about,
right?
Right.
Yeah, the old look to the sideline.
Yeah, everybody get up and we bark out a fake hut, and then everybody look back to the sideline.
But when everybody's standing 5 yards off the ball, then what do you do?
Yeah.
What do you call in that situation?
Oh, man, we blocked him right into the receiver.
That's tough. But yeah, so it's gotten better and better for us.
Yeah. Well, and I tell you, it causes confusion for the fans. All right, so apparently it's doing its job, because Friday night we did not broadcast a game, so I actually sat in my normal reserve seat and watched a game, and the amount of coaches that are in the stands were yelling, "Coach, they're not ready. Hey, they're not ready, Coach." They were ready.
They're ready.
They don't, and I knew that, but apparently not everybody. Ooh, bad snap over his head. He's scrambling out. No, he called him.
Yeah, you never know what can happen in those plays. Sometimes you saw Trevor Lawrence last night. If you saw that, I mean, he scored a winning touchdown off of falling down. But another thing that we found is that that's the end of the first quarter. Another thing that we found is that a lot of defensive players play better on the move at the snap.
Sure.
So instead of being in a stance like everybody is typically taught, you're you're moving, and it's fluid, and it allows you to go ahead and just move right into your assignment.
For sure.
So you're right. It looks chaotic. It looks like we're not ready. It looks like we don't know what the hell we're doing. But I can promise you, those guys all have an assignment. It's a gap sound defense. There are no holes in it. Now there are times when there could be holes depending on pressure, and that sort of thing. But it's not. It's way more organized and disciplined than it looks. It's designed to deceive by appearance, but
cause confusion.
Right, but the actual call itself, the actual defense itself is sound. And it. Now, I will say this: you're going to give up more plays than you would in a traditional defense, but you're also going to make a lot of big plays on defense. So. And we've seen that. We had 4 interceptions of that guy Friday night. And he's a heck of a quarterback.
Well, and we see the negative part where when quarterback does tuck and go, we don't have anybody in that 5-yard area that to really spy that quarterback.
Right, and that's an issue.
Yeah,
and that's something that these coaches work
nice
on.
Big pass. Oh, and it is picked off.
Oh.
Wow.
Not a great way to start off the second quarter there.
Michael Pickett, number 6, with the big interception that was deflected.
Good job there. That was a nice play right there. Throwing into some traffic for sure. That's a lesson you have to learn there. But so it is a defense that is much more organized in its formula than it is in its appearance. So don't freak out. And the more confused you are, the better it's working.
Correct.
But there are times, you're right, there are weaknesses, quarterback scrambling, a good quarterback, an athletic quarterback can expose some things in it. But then we can also anticipate that and blitz certain people based off that to try to control that. So that cat and mouse game can kind of go both ways.
Right.
Prairieville here going back to the ground.
And that's not going much. A few yards on that one.
Across midfield, you'll take it there. 3 yards and a cloud of dust right there. Prairieville definitely, watching their game against Walker last Friday night, which was a huge upset for everybody in the parish and in the district. I don't think anybody expected that. Probably most people in Prairieville included.
I agree.
But you watch that game, they look like the better team.
Yeah.
And if you didn't know who was who as far as how long they'd been around, you would think Walker was Prairieville.
Well, and it's kind of scary. I mean, if we look back in history, when Dutchtown was created, Dutchtown went a few years, stinking it up. They got abused by a lot of people, and we all in the parish, we joke about it, but Katrina happened, and then Dutchtown blew up at that point, and then they picked on everybody else.
Right.
These guys don't have a Katrina. These guys are coming out the gate, and they're swinging.
And it is the improvement from year 1 to 2 is
don't have
marked.
A senior class. They have seniors, right? But they have yet to have a full senior class.
And it'll be 2 more years before they have a full senior class.
So it's pretty impressive. You got to tip your hat to those guys over there for doing that. It's funny because you mentioned it earlier, and we talk about it a lot on Friday nights, but the 24 roses that we start every 4th quarter with. Coach Mathern and I were talking about it, and I had to ask him why. Why is it not Boosie? Why is it not somebody to get you fired up and ready to go?
Right.
And he said because one night it came on, the coaches were all sitting around having a meeting, and coaches started singing it. And he's like, well, this is going to be our song. And he said the other day at practice, he was calling out a simulated game, and when you ended the 3rd quarter, the kids started singing the song, and they bought in.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's all about that buy-in, and that's what Prairieville's doing in a short period of time. They're buying into what the coaches are selling over there,
And it's obvious, and if they just keep doing that, they'll see more and more success. And they're the those big linemen out there trying to dodge that ball.
They didn't know what happened. Ball hit them. They looking at each other like, what do we do now?
Got to get those guys away from the ball. It's a kind of thing where Prairieville is the 2nd biggest school in the parish right now. A lot of people don't even know that. Yeah. But and it'll be the biggest school in the parish next year.
Oh, absolutely.
And then after that, you be that for a year or two, and you're going to see some definite improvement in all their athletic programs.
Yep.
They're already sort of ahead of the curve in baseball. Softball won't be far behind.
And look at the pieces of the puzzle that they brought. The coaches that went there, we know them well. I mean,
absolutely.
Quite a few of them left East Ascension to go there, and they really put a good package together of support staff. The fans are unhappy right now. He took him a hit about a yard out of bounds. You know what? That's football.
Yep.
I don't have a problem with it. If there were 3 yards out of bounds, I'd be yelling too.
And at this level, you're going to, these guys are a little harder for them to hold back. But
I'm actually impressed. Good run, good clean hit. Just so happens to be just a tad bit in the white.
And, when you're watching the game, it's a lot easier to criticize that kind of stuff. When you're out there playing it, you don't see those lines.
No.
Like you do up here in the stands.
Not at all.
So you got to give those guys a little bit of grace on that. Now, when it's 3 steps out, that's a little bit of a different story there. But they're covering a lot of ground quickly, and they don't have time to look down, as much as you would think they do. And in fact, if the ball carrier is still running, then they assume they're
he's still open to tackle.
And we've seen a lot of practices get chippy because of that. Because offensive guys want to run full speed, and then they get mad when a defensive guy does anything more than 2-hand touch them.
Nice run here, but we got laundry all over the field.
Yeah, that doesn't look great all the way back here at the line of scrimmage.
Looks like he's going to be holding on us here.
Almost 100%.
Back to your Amoeba defense about moving. So, and one of the first broadcasts you and I ever did was wrestling, right?
Right.
And I'm learning more and more about it. My son does it, right? And so, like, I see a lot of, I keep talking about coach needs to get his O-line, D-line. They don't necessarily need to compete, but they need to practice because it's a lot of leverage, pushing, pulling.
100%.
Conditioning's unbelievable. But it's the same thing there. When you're doing that, if your feet stop, you're almost a dead duck. Like you got to keep your feet moving, and that's kind of what that defense does. Keeps you moving where momentum's pretty much on your side. When you're shooting forward and you're rocking forward, you're going.
Absolutely.
When you're locked down and knuckles in the dirt, you can't rock forward.
I've always said
Look at this nice play here.
You got out of that. Nice job.
Stays in.
Nice job.
Gets him an extra yard on the.
Impressive. I've always said wrestling is like, if it didn't predate football by about 2,500 years, I would say wrestling was invented by offensive line coaches.
Absolutely.
I mean, it really it's a just like track is a great off-season sport for skilled players. Wrestling is an incredible off-season sport for any football player, any lineman for sure. And not just the big guys, but especially the big guys. Though.
Yeah, especially the big guys.
Oh, my goodness.
Linebackers,
just the leverage,
Blue.
the feet, your hands.
We had Blue. Blue was so explosive on the football field, on the wrestling mat. I think both sports helped each one, And
he's a classic example of it for sure.
Blue is just unbelievable. I used to love coaches on the wrestling ring. They would sit in the corner and Blue, they would get so frustrated because they're yelling out moves, and Blue is not doing them. But he's looking at Coach. And Coach Connor's pulling his hair out because he's telling him what to do, but he's not doing it. So Coach Connor would yell, "Set hut," and Blue would just blow the kid up in front of him. So that's where all his teaching went to football calls for him on the wrestling mat. But
and what a great job by Coach Connor to adapt there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we had Coach Turley that was, coaching linebackers for freshmen, and so he actually brought in some of the terminology for them. So, but it was definitely fun to watch.
Well, defensive holding call there. You don't see that as often.
No. Hey, what about? I've been wanting to get this cleared up. So we've been sitting up here calling games, defensive chop blocks.
Yeah.
When did this come about?
Yeah.
I mean, if it has been a rule, it's great, but it's never been called.
Some of these things have not been called very much, and they've been on the books for a long time. This one is one of those things where it came about with these other safety calls.
Okay.
So, just like you've got the blind side block, so that's universal. You defense or offense can get called for that. But it's the same way with going low. It's the same way. So it's just one of those things they're trying to get out of the game altogether.
Gotcha.
And you're right. That's something that was not called.
Yeah. Look, another flag on the field. Yeah, we were a little confused on that, and it's happened not only to us, but everybody we've played so far, I believe, has at least had one per game.
Yeah, you see it more and more, and it's that blind side block is the one that I've seen the most in the last 5 years or so. But when they first started calling that, everybody was just mad as hell about it, and then you slowly realize, okay, they're serious about this. They're trying to eliminate the big hit. What they do is they look at games and they'd say, okay, where are kids getting hurt?
Right.
And where are kids getting concussions and sort of thing? Well, what can we do to eliminate those kind of plays? You're not going to get them all.
Right.
But like kickoff is the main thing. I'm still surprised we do the way we do it.
I agree.
And it's but all those other ones, they've tried to eliminate them one way or the other.
Jump ball tipped and picked off. I tell you what, Anderson does not have a bad arm for a freshman quarterback.
He doesn't. He does. His sin is the same sin of pretty much every freshman quarterback I've ever seen, which is he waits too late to throw it.
Yes.
Throw it sooner. Yep. Always sooner.
Well, they're throwing to they're trying to throw to the man, right? Now that's one thing, and my son was no superstar quarterback by no means, but he did play quarterback. And one good thing we always said about him, and even coaches, Darnell Lee even praised him for it and all that stuff, was the fact that he threw to that spot. You know, not necessarily to the man, it was to the spot, and it was getting the ball out quicker.
And that's the key to all of it. Yeah, if you wait too late, by the time you see the guy is open, it's too late.
Correct.
Because by the time the ball gets there, he's not going to be.
He's not there. Yeah.
And that's just something that younger guys just. It takes a while. It takes a freshman season of throwing interceptions, and you have to kind of say, you know what, I can't do this anymore. Because in middle school, maybe you get away with it.
Well, and luckily in middle school, I think that's where he actually got it because they threw the mess out of it. That his time in middle school, and so it was a throw first, run second type offense, which is rare in middle school.
It is.
But the guys, Coach Matt and them in Central, they're not afraid to throw the ball.
And that's a good thing. Kids need to learn it because it's a part of the game that's harder to pick up. Yep. It involves more people getting things right. It involves timing, and that stuff takes time to get right. And especially when you're combining people from different middle schools, it just makes it harder to get a good passing game going in freshman and even JV ball. It takes time, and that's what the advantage that schools like Zachary have. Yeah, they have one middle school. And that's just that's probably the single biggest advantage they have at the lower levels of play.
I do know my son rotated when he played freshman football with a quarterback that had played at Gonzales, and look at this one, overthrown. And it was funny because my son would throw to the receivers that went to Central, and the other quarterback would throw to the receivers that went to Gonzales because you're used to them. You know their tendencies and what they're going to do and how they break. And so whenever they would play this freshman game, you would see that. And we would laugh about it sitting in the stands, and they would say, oh, that one was open. Yeah, but he didn't go to Central.
Right, right. And and working with freshmen for a long time, that was the hardest thing to do, is get them to play as one team.
Yeah, I mean, they're for 2 years they're taught we're trying to beat each other.
Right.
And
now all of a sudden those are your friends, those are your teammates, and it's not an easy adjustment.
Look at this.
We had him too. Had him and just So you got to just slow down and set your feet a little better than that. You got to turn that shoulder, especially when you're on the run like that.
I tell you, he's throwing it well on the move, which is impressive to me at this age. Man, I don't even want to butcher number 7's name.
What we got here? Let me see if I'll give it a shot here. I'll
call his first name Luke.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
all right, so we've seen the Cubs had a manager, Jim Lefebvre,
Yeah.
and they called it that way, but that's probably not.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's Lefebvre or
I don't know, but
no offense to him there.
No, he actually throws the ball really well on the move.
Might be a baseball player with
could
that
be.
with that right there.
Yeah. Got that middle infielder throw.
Yeah, and like we always say, like when you have a right-handed quarterback rolling left
Yes.
like that, he's got to work that front shoulder, that left
Yes.
shoulder back around, because if he doesn't, he's going to sail it
Right.
to the left. And you see a lot of balls get overthrown high and to the left when guys are rolling out that way. Same thing with a left-hander rolling right, and you just got to get that opposite shoulder back around. And you see a lot of drills where guys, even pro guys, are doing that. They just roll out opposite their arm and get that front shoulder around and throw. And man, it's a great throw when you do that. When you don't,
absolutely.
though, it can be anywhere.
Oh man.
Just neither team can get any kind of rhythm going here.
Well, we faked the handoff, and young running back there, he fakes it, but then doesn't pick up the block. Like you got to pick up the guy coming in. He's right in front of you.
A lot of these kids are just kind of going through the motions of like, okay, what am I supposed to do here? And you got to realize the purpose of what you're doing. And once you see that, the older you get, the more you see like, oh, so that fake's going to allow me to be in a good position to block that guy. Oh, okay.
And Anderson just called him out on it. He's like, man, you got to help me out there,
All right, so he did have a horse collar.
Yes.
Personal foul there on that, so that
moved us up.
bails us out there. Oh, man, once again, Prairieville's just strong right there at the point of attack, man. They're getting guys on that ball fast. And the outside, that perimeter is just not there for us. Just not there. I'll have to try something a little bit different. And you look at our line, our offensive line, just by looking at them, man, that's a pretty looking freshman offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, they're decent size. I'm kind of more impressed. Snap over the head, just fall on it. Just fall on it.
Yep.
I'm more impressed with the stable of running backs. We've done seen 3 or 4 different running backs in this game for East Ascension.
And it was the same way
good.
last year as well.
They look good. They look the part.
And when you put that together and you get a couple of good backs in one class, and then you got an athletic offensive line, this is what impresses me the most about this offensive line is that they're athletic.
Yes.
You don't have any of the you don't have anybody looking like me out there.
Right.
Okay. They look more like you do now after you drop some of those pounds. Like these guys they're not slender by any means, but they are definitely in good shape for big guys. They can move.
Definitely look good.
And what that does is offensive coordinators like Dane Chaponche just salivate over that, because now they know, okay, we can pull more guys, we can do more screens, because he's a screen, he's a screen just fiend.
Right.
And you can't do that with a bunch of big old grizzly bears out there. So, you see that, and it just allows, especially if you're lean like that, but you're also big and strong, so you can do the power run game, but you can also move for those guys. That gives you so much more versatility. It's a great thing. And this right here is the most athletic, big-looking offensive line I've seen in the past 20 years at EA, freshman-wise. I mean, that's a special-looking group right there. And if they can stay together and they can get that weight room and do some things like wrestling. Oh, got a little trickeration here.
Look, got to pick up the blocks, guys.
Yeah, go ahead and get out of bounds there, man. Yeah. That's just nothing seems to get dialed up here.
And they got to learn it. But our wide receivers, they have got to engage in the block. And that's what I like about on Friday nights. We've got some explosive wide receivers but they're not afraid to run block. They get down there and they get nasty with them.
Absolutely.
Even Gotro. Gotro's not a big flashy receiver that we have, but boy, I tell you what, he'll smash mouth with you in a heartbeat on the run.
100%. 100%. Those guys enjoy it. They enjoy the crackbacks, when they get to hit a backer like that. And it's, you got to have that. If you have receivers.
Another good punt here.
That's just great.
Wow, get on
there.
him. Oh, we got two of them that just missed him. We got to get him
there
down.
We go. All right, we got guys on it. Good deal. Good deal. All right.
Look, that was a live ball for a while. He did not handle it cleanly.
That's, man. Now, that's the first punt today I remember to start the clock on. So there's 41 seconds left here. At halftime, I want to fix this and get a camera on the scoreboard here. But
the good thing is nobody's blowing a whistle at us up here.
Correct. Now, they did in the Thibodeau game. I actually got a white hat blow the whistle at me several because I actually dozed off for it was about 9:15 and I was just exhausted and the game was over. I mean, it was a 2-score game and they had the ball and I just dozed off for like 15 seconds. It was the wrong 15 seconds. And I woke up to the white hat blowing his whistle repeatedly at me. I was like, well, there we go. Not the way you want to get woken up there. But
the scoreboard scares me. I can do all this talking all you want, but that scoreboard scares me.
It's a lot when you're doing everything. Now, tonight I'm just doing the clock and the score, but you're doing all the first down and the ball, the line of scrimmage and all that. It's an awful lot. And, Stephen Bay does a great job of that for us on Friday nights. It's not easy.
Yep.
It's not easy. And if you ever look up there and see it wrong, look, just give them a little grace because it's a lot. And you have to wait on the referees to spot the ball. And sometimes they'll look like they're spotting it in one spot, and then they'll step up a yard, and now you're messed up. And it takes you so long to go back and fix it. The play's already started, and you can't fix it.
So I got a funny one for you. So I was doing EA baseball one year, and this was years ago before my son ever played there. And so I'm marking on the board everything. Well, I put an error. I forget who EA was playing that night, and shortstop committed an error. So I marked the E. And Tommy Trahan says, "Oh, Mr. Leroy does not look happy." Leroy Semino. And he starts coming up to the press box. And poor old Leroy, he was, weak in walking, and he took his time getting up there. And the whole time he'd look up, and you could see the disgust on his face. And he opened the door, and he said, "That is not our era." Well, in baseball, you got to change. If you mark an error, you got to swap from the team batting to the defensive team to put the error and then swap back. Well, I quickly hit the E. Look at this run.
Oh, my goodness.
There was a fake, and everybody bit and opened him up big. So I forgot to swap it over. So when I hit the E, it went on East Ascension and not on whoever it was we were playing. So that night was the last night. I told Tommy Trahan, I said, "From now on, you work the board, and I'll announce the game."
It is. I tell you, it is a pressure cooker sometimes, and the greatest fear is missing a run coming across.
Right.
And there's some crazy times when you have guys on second and third, and some ball gets loose.
Yep.
And you're looking at something wild happening, like a run down in between first and second, and when that run can sneak around there, and you put your eyes back on it, and you're trying to go back and count the outs and the lineup. And, it can burn you up.
Well, look, when you were out because of medical reasons, and I had to do the games for baseball while my son played, I was fine with it until he pitched.
Oh, that's
hard. Now I'm not only a fan, I'm a dad, and now you're expecting me to work and like, if the umpire, is pinching, then how do I bite my tongue? How do I, it
was
tough.
So hard.
Yeah, that's
Mike Sonia had the same thing. He would work the scoreboard for us sometimes, and he was actually on a couple of live streams when his son Owen was pitching, and it was just like, man, are you sure you want to do this?
Yes. Well, Mike,
I don't know how.
Mike is mild-mannered. I'm not. So I get out there.
He is a little more cool-headed,
yes. Probation
officer, recently retired. Congratulations
Correct.
to Mike on
Absolutely.
that. But, I mean, he's kind of keeps his cool for his job there, but even with that, he let a few slip. Because it's just, that's hard.
Yeah, look at this, under pressure, and
jump
that
ball.
looks. Nobody got it. Ball was on the ground. Huh? No, he's going to call it a catch. Wow.
They call it a catch.
Wow.
So they're going to Let's see. White hat here is going to start the clock at some point here.
Yep.
There it is. All right.
I don't know if we had instant replay or a different camera angle. I don't know that he catches that ball.
Yeah, I'm not so sure he caught that. I guess they made the best.
They spiked it there.
I guess they made the best call they could there. He was probably on the run too when he made that call. I don't know, that's tough. That is tough. The bad part is you don't have replay to go back and look at it. The good part is you don't have replay to go back and see if they were wrong. You know, so I know there was a call Friday night where Carson Landry got the interception and they were trying to call it incomplete. It's like, now look, I know a lot of things happened on that play, but the ball did not hit the ground.
Well,
I know that.
And the official that was trying to call it incomplete came from across the field.
Yes.
It wasn't even the guy. The guy in front of the play was arguing, no, he intercepted the ball.
And it was a great job by the White Hat to get everybody together.
And pull them together.
Let's get this thing.
Probably the best staff that we had this whole season.
I thought they did a great job.
Yes. And you know, and I'm a firm believer of they shouldn't get paid that night. They should get the game reviewed and then we pay. Look, block the kick.
Uh-oh.
We got a return, but and he fumbled it out of bounds. But hey, no points scored is 0-0, and it is halftime.
Oh my goodness. How about that?
Yeah.
So we go to the half scoreless here on Burnside in a pretty sloppy first half.
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, so we're going to take a little breather here, and we'll mute the stream here, and we're going to put up the Brock Mathern. We're going to put up our Brock Mathern show graphic here. So next Wednesday, before we give you a little break from us here, we are going to have the Brock Mathern show live from Walk-Ons on Highway 30. That's the Tanger one.
Never been live before.
Never been live. Never been live.
First.
Yeah, we and look, and I'll say this: every one of them has been recorded, but I have not edited a single second of it. All I do is just cut out like the 10 seconds it takes for me to record and then get to the table.
Right.
That's it. It's like we have not edited a single word that Coach Brock has said. Everything you've seen on the Brock Mathern show, those first 4 episodes, everything you'll see tomorrow is unscripted and unedited. And and I don't know how many coaches could do that, but he does it no problem at all. Yeah. And it'll be live and unedited next Wednesday from Walk-Ons as we get into Gator Week.
Yeah.
So we'll talk more about that after the break here. We're gonna go on a little hiatus here for you, and we're gonna mute the stream, and we'll be back with the second half of the Hurricanes and the Spartans. Let's see. Okay, now we're back here for the third quarter.
So, and we
Missed an amazing
apologize.
kick return there.
Kick return was big.
Probably the best in the history of the stadium since we missed it there.
Yeah.
All right.
Zyrick Radford had a big return.
Good for him. Oh, got to run the clock.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my fault.
He's fussing at you.
That's my fault. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got you. My bad. My bad. I got a lot going on up here. Trying to eat a ham sandwich in the middle of it.
I tell you what.
It's not going to work.
It's Shamar Chapman. Big, athletic-looking guy
yeah.
again. That's what I'm telling you. This running back stable is just impressive looking.
Shamar is a kid who's, I think he's already played on JV a little bit, and he's the kind of kid where they were even looking at him for special teams on Friday night. You know, he's the kind of guy who he's another one of those kids who's Friday night ready physically. You know, and he's the kind of kid you could probably see contribute on Friday night next year. You know, and that's when just like Jordan Elder. You know, when you have that kind of size, you're ready to roll. And you got other kids out here who are just nice. There we go.
Nice.
All right.
Anderson is not afraid to tuck it and run.
And that's good because throwing, he's been a little careless with the ball, and that's been all year where he's kind of struggled to throw it to the right people. You know, so hey, let's lean on that run game a little bit. Let's go ahead and focus on what you're already pretty good at, and we'll get better at the rest as we go. Got Coach Chaponche there getting the call in.
A little confusion on the line there.
Yeah, changing linemen out there. Not something you see very much on the varsity level there. But at this level, you know, you never know what's going on with that.
Oh, snap right through the hands.
Yeah, that's been a consistent problem tonight, and that's gonna continue to kill drives if you keep doing that.
And varsity practice must be 100% over because now just about every coach is out there now.
Oh, got as many coaches as players down there right now. It looks like. I don't know where the JV team is, but they're down there in the end zone. Okay.
Yeah. What is Porkchop's job? What does he do on for East Ascension?
You know, it'd probably be easier to answer what does he not do.
Okay. He's still a student.
He's still a student. It's hard to believe that sometimes. But he's still a student. And what he is actually in the afternoons, like a lot of seniors do, they actually go off campus and they work. You know, and you get credit for that, and you work a job, and you get supervised. I think 3 or 4 times during the semester. A teacher comes over to your job and kind of goes through some paperwork and all that kind of stuff. And so his job is actually with the athletic department.
Well, nice.
So he is like the oil that keeps the football program running. Coach Brock trusts him as much as anybody else around. And he does a little bit of everything. He everything that he's allowed to do legally at his age and with his student status, he does it. And he's he does everything from totaling up some statistics to working on logistics of schedules, practice schedules and that sort of thing. Working out. I know in the past he's done some stuff with timers and music during practice. He actually, and then he works with the freshman O-line. He is the freshman offensive line coach. So
phenomenal young man.
This guy is just on top of it. He is always doing something.
I don't know that they come more polite than what he is.
He's a class act.
Yes.
He's a class act. And I gotta imagine if he doesn't run for some kind of office at some point, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
He's tailor made for it.
Yeah, he's definitely a people person, and look, no doubt we see it, we talk about it, but Brock has surrounded himself with great people, here with his coaching staff, and so it does not surprise me that they took him under his wing and has him down there, because he is a tremendous young man, and he bleeds blue and gold. I'm gonna tell you, he
100%. He's he'll do anything you ask him. You got to be careful what you ask him to do, because he'll do it.
Yeah.
Some things he shouldn't be doing. So I say, okay, you got to make sure you don't ask Chop to do that.
Right.
He'll do it whether he should or not. So, he's the kind of guy you really got to protect him yourself there, because he's gonna. Yeah. If you ask him, he's gonna do it. Great kid.
Yeah.
Great kid. I actually rode with him in the homecoming parade.
Okay.
He was driving the Gonzales Police. I don't know, giant, like razor kind of thing.
Okay,
there,
yeah.
So he carried. He was on the radio there, and he actually he helps coordinate the blocking off of the streets for the parade. And so he had the police radio there on him, and he was driving me and Coach Carroll and Coach Ward down Burnside.
Well, he is definitely a professional gator driver, because at school, every time I show up, he's on the gator riding around.
I tell you, he is. I think he could probably fix it too.
Yeah.
He is
Look
something
at this.
else.
Nice roll out. Nice little pass.
Good pitch and catch there. Good pitch and catch. And that's going to bring up 4th down, though. So 4th and 4. 4th and 4 looks like for the Hurricanes there from their own 31, and they're gonna punt it here. Which in freshman ball, always an adventure.
Yep.
And here we go. Is that guy, is he, okay, yeah, just 12th man on there. You never know if it's some kind of crazy,
over his
that's
head.
not good.
That's Spartan ball, I believe. Nope. They got it back. Huh? Well, 4th down,
yeah. So
but I thought he was going to scoop it.
And he paid for it, too. Looks like he's
hurting down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought our guy was the one that scooped it, but it was the Prairieville kid that scooped it.
That's tough, man. You got guys flying in there for that ball, and nobody's meaning to hurt anybody, but that's a tough spot where you can definitely get landed on, stepped on.
And the punter, he is so defenseless.
Yeah.
Like, he is just a target out there.
It's probably one of the last jobs I would do.
Yeah.
That and punt returner. I wouldn't want to be out there for either one of those.
Yeah, no.
Because you're right. He has no way to defend himself.
No, none. I tried to get my son to kick. Bought him the little holder, so he didn't need me out there breaking a finger while he's kicking and all that stuff. And he was terrible. He was terrible at kicking. So I said, go ahead and keep throwing it then, because you cannot kick it.
I think it's the kind of thing where you either can or you can't.
Yeah.
And, those soccer players are great at it. And I think if you're used to doing stuff with your feet, or you're really good on your feet, maybe you're a good dancer or something like that, I think you're a much better kicker. But, baseball guys usually not very good kickers.
No.
They don't do much with their feet. All right, looks like he's going to be all right. He's walking off on his own power there, but he's got a good limp there. He might have got his foot stepped on. I don't know.
Lucas Stevens.
So I hope he's okay. All right, so EA has some great field position. Let's see if we can do something.
Let's see if we can get some points out of this one. Somebody's got to win this game.
Somebody has to. And good Lord. We're not going to overtime. I can promise you that.
Yeah, no.
Here we go. A little end around.
Nice little run. That's going to be 6.
There
Touchdown.
it is, right there. All right, so we
Chance Williams takes a little pitch around the end and puts 6 on the board.
All right, I will. Literally.
Yeah.
There we go on both boards. There we go. All right. So there we go. So the Spartans strike first there. One play after the turnover there. They that's great. And they capitalized over the special teams mistake there from the Hurricanes there. That was tough. The snap was high on that punt.
Yeah.
Really not much he could do. At least he fell on it and didn't give up the scoop and score. So EA is going to go for 2 here. They're getting that call in from.
So, like I said, this is my first freshman game this year. Do we do like on varsity where we come out with extra points and all these wild schemes and
We can do that. We don't do that with
Okay.
these kids, though.
Okay.
We don't.
Look at this. Nice.
don't-
He was out of bounds.
Nice try at it.
He
though.
tried to stay in.
You saw
but-
what they were trying to do there, but didn't quite get it there. So 6-0 here as we go late into the third quarter. 2 minutes 43 seconds. I said I was going to put a camera up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we
and I
forgot
didn't.
about
So,
that.
JV will get it up there for that. But 2:43 left in the third quarter there. I can get the scoreboard on. See, there it is. I'm going to put it on there. Can I see it? Let's
Nope,
see.
we're catching the pole.
Oh, yeah, we got the poll, and then we got some. Yeah. Well, I promise you, if you could see that, it says 2:43. All right, so I just said you just have to trust us. And if you're watching it, well, then that's just what you got to do. And if you don't trust us, then come on down to Burnside. Pay like $5, $6, $7, I don't know, however much it is, and get on in here and watch some football. It's a great night. Now that the sun's down, it's a lot better night. But yeah, it's the swinging gate stuff and all that. It's a lot, and as the season goes on, we just build more and more into it.
Yeah.
And but freshmen haven't shown any of it yet, and I think it's just one of those things. Freshman practice, you have only so many coaches and so much time, and they're pretty much done by the time varsity gets outside. So they practice at fourth block and then a little bit after school. So I don't think they have the resources or the time to put something like that in. You're happy just to be able to have a kickoff, kick return, punt return team. If you can field those and halfway look competent, then you're really doing great. Catholic league schools in New Orleans don't play special teams.
I didn't realize that.
One year Jesuit came up to play us on a Saturday morning, and they did not. They didn't do special teams. We said, well, you aren't going to do anything? And they're like, no, we don't do any of that.
Wow.
At all. And we're like, we thought that was weird because, Jesuit, Brother Martin, these are class football programs.
Absolutely.
And they said it takes up too much time for not enough benefit. We'll just teach them all that as JV. So they just focus on offense and defense solely. And ever since then, I've thought, that's really smart. Because you spend a lot of time in freshman practice trying to get special teams right, and you feel like, man, if we could spend this time on team offense here, we could probably get a little better. But it does. It takes up a lot of time. People don't realize how much of a practice special teams takes up. It really is a third phase of the game, and it takes up anywhere from a fourth to a third of a practice. Yeah, so I can understand eliminating that. We play some teams every year that don't do it. Especially early in the year, you'll see that. All right, let's see if Prairieville can mount a drive.
You say that, but I do remember. And my son's sitting down there. He may remember, but I do know that when he was a freshman, there was a team that we did not punt. Neither team. I don't remember if it was Catholic or who it was, but basically on fourth down, we just swapped field, right?
Yeah,
we just,
35 yards or whatever. Yeah.
And I just thought that was the strangest thing ever.
All right, so Prairieville going with a power run game here.
What, big boy, that's a
Number
big old
44.
solid
My
kid right
goodness.
there. Cedric Mumphrey.
Man. I wonder if he's related to Austin Mumphrey on our offensive line Friday night. Man, that was
If
was
he is, he's
impressive
at the
little
wrong
run.
school.
Yeah, what's going on? He might be a cousin. Who knows? Could be a cousin. Actually, it could be a brother. I mean, if
he
Austin
could've
could be
chose to
living in
go,
Prairieville zone and decided to stay in
That's
the others.
right.
There is a good bit of
Yeah.
that. We've seen several brothers that got split up like that.
Yep.
Yeah, because as a freshman right now, he would not have had an option of where to go. So
Right.
we have for a few more years. It'll be weird like that where we might have siblings in different
ascension
schools.
jumps.
That was smart right there. Makes that third down much more manageable.
Manageable there.
That'll be a yard now instead of 6. Oh, Mark Bell pulling one out of his hat there across the way.
Is that who is coaching their freshman over there?
He is.
Okay.
He is the freshman head coach. I do
Okay.
believe. I'm pretty sure that he is that. I could be wrong, but I think that's correct. Oh, there he is. First down.
Oh, yeah. Big hard run, too.
First down. That's nice. Yep, 44. I'll tell you, that kid can run the football. All right, I've stopped it. I stopped the clock.
He's struggling getting
Oh,
up.
we got an injury. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
hate to see that.
44.
Hate to see that. Well, he's been running hard. That added a whole different dimension to the game there. So that's another former Spartan jogging out there, Renee Ponce, our longtime athletic trainer, now at Prairieville. Good to see him back on Burnside here, at least for a night.
Yeah, he's one of the best out there. He treated my kids phenomenally.
Transformed the training program at EA for sure.
Yeah. And I had two of them that saw him, one with head injuries and one with broken arm, you know, and he was always great with them. I tell you, it's nice, Coach Randy Gonzalez back at East Ascension.
It is good to see that. I was able to spend some time with him yesterday up here in the press box where I was flying the drone, and he was supervising practice from up here, which I guess is kind of a nice spot to do. He gets to see where all of his, you know, when you're on the field, your vision's limited as what you can see, and he's got a whole team of trainers out there at every practice. So being able to be up here, he could see everybody and see exactly what was going on, and maybe, you know, he needs to make some changes or adjust how he's got practice organized as a trainer. So he was up there. We had a nice time there. He was able to share a few little stories there.
Yeah, so he was here whenever I was in school here. And then years later, we met up. He was at Woodlawn, and I had a restaurant up the road, and we had he come to meet with me, see if I would work with him on doing a fundraiser. And so we did, and I tell you, it's like it's like we never were apart for years, you know, just a great man, and he never changed. And so we worked well hand in hand. I ended up feeding Woodlawn pregame meals, and he got me into the school there. And matter of fact, he contacted me whenever our job come available, and told me that he was interested in coming back. And I told him, I said, look, I can't speak for everybody, but I can tell you I speak for me, and I'd love to have you back on Burnside. And here he is, and it's great to have him here again.
Absolutely. Careers come full circle. You know, graduated from here. His first trainer ever here, and now he gets to come back and wrap his career up here. Is really kind of poetic there.
Yep.
Very few people get to do that. All right, last play of the third quarter is not going to happen.
That's it.
All right. Not sure if they knew that, but all right. So we are 6-0 EA through 3. Go ahead and put fourth up there. All right. So
they're all holding up their fingers. I wonder if they sing in no 2 dozen roses.
I don't know how many of them know the words at this point.
Look, I did not know it. I had to look.
You're not a country guy?
I'm not a country guy.
Oh.
Okay, so I say that, but look, I'm a old school country guy. I am a David Allen Coe, Merle Haggard, but I do listen to a lot of rock, 80s rock. I listen to a lot of rap. I listen to swamp pop. Like, I listen to everything, but country's probably the least that I listen to.
Oh, man.
And I listen to more newer country and the older. So that was kind of, what was that, in the 80s?
89.
89.
Yep,
okay,
89.
so that kind of era of country music I don't know much about. And, so I had to look it up.
It was kind of the beginning of the traditional country, because most of the 80s country was very pop.
Yes.
You know, Barbara Mandrell and all that. And this was really like the beginning of traditional country, Garth Brooks and George Strait and all that. So Shenandoah was kind of in that vein.
Yeah.
Great song. I love it. I love that. I always loved that song. And I first started using it a lot because Brock would request it every time he came to a baseball game.
Ah, okay.
And he's loved the song forever.
Yeah.
Like, it's his favorite song.
Yeah.
And he would ask for it every time he came to a baseball game. So I started to say, you know what? There's something to this, you know? And you know, we did a lot of brainstorming over the summer about, like, well, what are we doing here? What do we want to do? We want to do something for the end of the third quarter. And, you know, we looked at a lot of upbeat stuff. We looked at some Boosie, you know, we looked at some, like, AC/DC, all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
And the problem is, like, you know, just to be perfectly honest, we don't really have a crowd here that would just jump up and go crazy over that kind of stuff, you know? And so what we thought was, you know, why don't we go a little slower with it, and let's try something that maybe is a little more of a sing-along. It doesn't require people to jump up and go crazy.
Right.
You know, we don't want to jump around by House of Pain or anything. It's just not going to fit us here. Because I always said this is more of like a baseball crowd watching a football game. You know,
absolutely it
and
is.
it is.
It is,
and that's okay. So you got to know your audience, and we decided, you know what, let's go with something that people can just kind of groove to a little bit, and people can sing along, and then who want to, and then people can clap along. We're getting more of that, like clapping in the stands, and that's great. And it sounds great on the field. I know I got a video. We got a video from, I think, Coach Dane's wife, who was in the end zone with their kids. And, you know, of the crowd, you know, during it, and it was just, it was great, you know, to see it.
It's funny because you're right. Our crowd is not the youngest crowd out there.
No, it is. It's a little bit of an older crowd, which is, you know,
and
which
it's
is
funny
fine.
because, like, my parents who've been coming here for, I don't even know. I know probably, I don't know, 8-10 years ago, they recognized my family for being one of the oldest or longest season ticket holders, right? And, now, my dad, you know, because of health reasons, he doesn't make games anymore, but my mom still does, and I believe she will till the day she can't. You know, and if my dad didn't have to come up the steps, he would. You know, but he can't make it. But that's the majority of our crowd on a Friday night. So it is fitting, you know.
So I think it works. I think it works, and it's something everybody can kind of groove to. And of course, Brock loves it, and the team's grown to love it, and the coaching staff loves
tripped
it.
him up. So that's Jordan Elder. He's playing defense as well.
Absolutely. A lot of these kids will, you know, have not yet found their permanent home.
Yeah.
And in freshman ball, one of the things you really try to do is give them the opportunity to play both ways if you possibly can, because you really want to see where they are.
He looks like a linebacker.
Absolutely.
To me.
Absolutely.
Or a defensive end, a Russian defensive end off the, you know, he's got height, he's got size and speed apparently, because he just come around the whole end and tripped up that quarterback there. I don't know that running back will be his spot.
Only time will tell.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit of a return there. All right, so 5:34 remaining in the ball game here. Spartans lead 6-0 here on Burnside. No timeouts have been called. In fact, we've probably ran a couple minutes off the clock that we shouldn't have there, but nobody seemed to argue too much with us. Yeah, you know, the two-way player thing is really big, because you hate to pigeonhole a kid in ninth grade. If there's somebody that are physically capable and mentally capable of playing both ways, you really want to give them a chance to see what they got on both sides of the ball. Because, you know, once you get past that, it's harder and harder to make that change. You want to bring them into their sophomore year with the possibility of playing either way if that's what they are. You know, so you don't ever want to rob them of a chance to develop a little bit on both of them. Gang tackle there. Prairieville's been doing a great job of pursuing that football all night. That edge has just not been there for the Spartans. That was Elder right there carrying the ball.
As big and strong as he looks and seems to be, you would think he'd hit that hole a little bit more explosive.
Yeah, I think he might be having a little trouble seeing it, you know, the way he needs to there. And that's something that he's going to have to just figure out and get better at. Nothing but reps is going to get you there. There we go. Shamar
nice
Chapman on that one. Yes, indeed. He stuck it up in there for sure. Yeah, that's one of those things, you know, where in middle school, maybe he didn't run that way. You know, I watched him in middle school. He really just ran and just ran over anybody who tried to get near him, you know. And then you're not going to get that in high school. Right. So, you know, a lot of those good middle school players have a real adjustment phase. And that freshman year, sometimes it's a disappointment for people who just come to watch them because they expect the highlight reel, and they have to spend this year adjusting to high school ball and adapting their game, and then they come back and have a great sophomore year in JV, and you're like, where did he come from? Well, it just took a while.
Yep.
There's Shamar again, pumping those thighs. There we go, getting
he's
close.
running hard.
Still a couple yards short.
I'm impressed with Prairieville here. Like, they're wrapping people up. They're not just trying to hit you and make you go down.
Absolutely.
They're actually wrapping arms around people and riding them to the turf.
Very, very fundamentally sound. We've been joined in the press box here, not on the broadcast, but in the press box by the Provisional Fire Chief of Gonzales, Preston Landry, who received the second loudest applause of the night after Carson Landry.
Absolutely.
I've never heard a fire chief get cheered like that at a football game. That's impressive. That's just impressive. I don't know if that has more to do with familial ties than it does his performance in the job, but I'm just gonna take it whichever way it is.
Well,
that's a first down, huh? Fourth down, look at there. That's a huge first down. Oh, we got a flag now.
And not because he's standing behind us, but I will say Preston is a stand-up guy, and what he does for East Ascension is big. I know, and it doesn't matter what the sport is. We ran into a little hiccup last year with the wrestling banquet. Couldn't have it on campus because of something else was scheduled or what have you. And I made a phone call to Preston, and he got us hooked up with the fire department, and it was beautiful. And whether he knows it or not, we're going to be calling him again because it was once it all was said and done, the families that were there said how intimate it was. It wasn't in a big, huge cafeteria spread out, and we were, it was just big enough to hold everybody, and we were. It was more of a personable, event, and I know the coaches loved it, the wrestlers loved it, and all the parents did too. So I know we'll be holding that banquet off campus again. And it's all because of Preston. So
that's great to hear because the cafeteria is I think it's like most multi-purpose facilities. It ends up not being amazing for anything,
right?
Besides serving lunch, I guess.
Yep.
Other than that, it's just okay. It's an okay place to have plays and concerts. It's an okay place to have banquets, but you're right. It's cavernous, and it can make a great crowd feel small.
That's right.
And you hate to see that. You hate anytime you see a good turnout look small because it's in that big.
I will tell you what he didn't do though. Okay, and I'm gonna call him out while he's sitting here.
That's good. I'm glad to hear this. Let's go.
I cooked for the banquet. Okay, and I said no matter what you do, you tell everybody on shift they need to come eat. Well, we all sit down to eat. Oh, snap gets away from him. Oh. You just got to follow on that one.
Yep, that's all you can do.
So we're getting ready to eat, and I sent one of the other dads next door to the fire department to say, hey, look, the food's ready. And they said, we already ate. Well, they didn't tell you we were cooking for you? No, he didn't. They didn't spread that news.
You would think that a fire chief, communication would be a big part of being a fire chief.
Huge.
You'd think that. Well, he's provisional, so maybe that needs to go before the council there. Maybe we need to find
we're going to feed him this year, though, for sure.
And, I hear, well, actually, I've had it before, so I know, but his chili is award-winning.
Oh, really?
And won another award just last week, I do believe.
Okay.
Was that an incomplete pass?
That was an incomplete pass.
Stop the clock.
Swatted down at the line. That's got to be something within the fire department community because I do know that there have been Kojak with the fire department. He was a chili champion, and I know you're not on mic, but did he pass anything down to you?
He says Hormel. Hormel is what he passed down to.
He was sworn to secrecy on it. Okay.
It is excellent. It's an excellent, and I love chili. Chili is one of my top 3 favorite things to cook myself, and his is among the best I've ever had.
Still overthrowing down here, man. Yeah, look, that's one of my favorite foods to eat as well. And being a cook, I've got recipes, all my recipes charted down. That is the only thing that I cook that I have no recipe on. And every time I cook it, it's different. And that's what I don't like. I don't like being inconsistent.
See, I love that. I don't write any recipes down.
Beans. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, beans,
I'm
100%
I'm a bean
beans.
guy. Yeah.
Yes, 100% beans.
Yeah, I am definitely a bean guy.
Yeah, this is not Texas. You know, beans for sure.
Yep. We almost got in there and blocked that one.
Wouldn't have looked much different if we did there.
No, I mean, young man's upset down there, but I mean, wasn't nothing he can do.
All right, so the Spartans will take over with 1:56 remaining in the ball game, up 6-0. They got that one score off of a punt, you know, a bad snap on a punt. So let's see if we can get another score off another.
We got 3 timeouts too.
That's good. Yeah, let's go ahead and use them.
We can make something happen. You can't take them the next week.
No. But you can't get us out of here a little earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe,
you start the next
not.
game.
This game is under an hour right now. 50, let's see. Oh, no, never mind. That's an hour and a half. Let's start at 5:30. Yeah, it's an hour and a half. Come on, let's go ahead and get this thing wrapped up, guys. We got a JV game. And, you know, it started off real sloppy, but it looks like in the second half, both teams are kind of tightened it up a little bit. But like I said, you can see what people are trying to do. You can see what's been called.
Absolutely.
And then you can also see where it's just not quite there yet. And that's freshman football.
Yeah.
And you go watch a game at the end of October, and it looks even more put together. But when you have a freshman team, nice run
around the end.
There we go. We finally got
still
outside.
fighting.
Finally got outside there.
We're down on the 4 now, 3 or 4.
Looks like that. Yeah. You know, every once in a while you have a special freshman team that can just go ahead and execute right off the jump. And when you got that, you know, watch out. You know.
Yep.
And for us, that was 2015. And those kids ended up being the 2018 quarterfinal team.
Yeah.
You know, that was no accident. I mean, those guys came here being able to play ball.
Right.
You know, and sure, they had ups and downs.
Oh, we put the ball on the turf.
Oh, Lord.
That was the little, it wasn't even a catch or a toss. It was almost like a swat it to the running back.
Oh, okay, well, you got to stop the clock, man. Okay. I'll stop it whenever you tell me to. Yeah, the clock operators are... The clock operators 100% are at the mercy of the white hat. He tells them when to start and stop the clock, and that's how it always rolls. So if there's ever a time when you see the clock running when it shouldn't, in a Friday night game, you know, you got any kind of yahoos like me on a Tuesday night, but on a Friday night, you know, that clock operator is totally at the direction of the white hat.
Yeah.
And they're under radio control. They're under radio control, and they have all that communication going on. That's in there.
Touchdown.
That's touchdown. And sometimes they slip up.
Chance Williams takes the ball in for 6. Let's see if we're going to get this 2 here, make it a even 14 now.
That would be nice there. That would be nice to have a good-looking normal football score here.
Look, and I about missed it because I just got a text message. I tell you, it's the coolest thing. Look, and I don't think they're a supporter. I think we need to get them to be a supporter. But Trash Rangers, man, they send you a text on Tuesday or whatever day you go.
To remind you?
Oh, my goodness. It is the best thing ever.
I live in Livingston, and we have Waste Management, but Trash Rangers is growing out there, too. They're actually a sponsor of VA Volleyball, or they were last year.
Okay.
They were last year.
Look, we in. We got 2.
We got it?
Yep, 14-0.
All right, that's beautiful. Let's go ahead and put that 2 up there. All right, so now we got a good even score there. Excellent. Yeah, and we don't get any of that from Waste Management.
Yeah, I tell you, it's great. When I lived within the city limits, it was great because it came twice a week. So if you missed one day, you always had another day that week.
Oh, yeah.
But now
legendary twice a week.
Yeah,
man, that's huge.
I'm right outside the city limits now, and I don't have that luxury. But this text messaging, boy, sure helps.
Oh, yeah. Look, I always know because it's Tuesday night. So usually I'm getting home late from one of these.
Yep.
And during football season, I'll never forget. Now, if I'm really lucky, my brother's already got it out there.
Yeah.
But, sometimes it doesn't happen.
Well, now I make my boys do it. I'll remind them, hey, you just got a text. We'll take the trash
Get
out.
on that. Yeah, get on that. Absolutely. All right, so minute 25. What are they? Oh, that's JV warming up. I was wondering, what are the officials blowing whistles at? That's just JV warming up. Oh, man, so sunset here. And now we get into the nighttime part of things here for our JV game.
So what was the hold up on the flashing lights? Why wasn't from game one? It was
all right.
Wait till we started district or.
Good question. Great question. I'll be happy to try to answer that. So number one is we were under the impression that they were not allowed.
Okay.
And that had been a ruling that the LHSA originally had.
Okay.
And then apparently that changed because a bunch of schools have them and
yes.
they're spending a bunch of money. And I think superintendents got in and said, hey, look, we spent God knows how much money on this. You got to let us, So they listen to those people a lot more than they listen to us. And so it did get changed, and it now it's just you can't do it when the ball's in play, and you can't do it.
Ball's out.
Inadvertent onside kick there, I think, which is pretty common in freshman ball. So they say it cannot be done when the ball's in play. It can be done once the play is ended. It's whistled dead. So touchdown, the ref will blow the whistle. You can hit it then, and you can do it until the ball is set for the 2-point conversion.
I got you.
So when the ball is set at the 3-yard line for the 2-point conversion, it's done.
Yeah,
it's done. So that's that's that. So that was number one, and we found out like week 2 that we can do it.
Okay.
But the problem was our system had a bug in it.
Oh.
And it took a couple of weeks of dealing with the company and getting put in remotely, and we finally got that fixed. So before the Denham game.
Yeah.
So that's why the last 2 weeks we ended up being able to put on the light show. So it's a full go now. The system is up and working, and we have full permission to do it. So we're all about. Oh,
wow! What a stiff on there.
Oh man, now that's beautiful to see right there. You hate to see it on against us, but man, I love that. That is a beautiful.
That young man's a little baller right there, man. I'll tell you. I can't say his name.
Yeah,
Luke
Lefebvre. We're just going to call him Lefebvre there. It's Lefebvre. That's a lot of consonants.
But it looks like we're going to have to learn it because he'll be there for 3 more years for sure.
I have a feeling that guy's going to get his name. We're going to have to learn that one for sure before next October. Actually, the something else a lot of people don't understand is the district. The schedules flip every 2 years, so we won't be playing Prairieville at the same time of the year as we have the last 2 years.
Wide open, and he connects.
Goodness.
Wow, with 1:06 left to go, 4 to go. Just connect on a big long pass for a first down. Setting them up.
Nice job. They finally were able to connect on that. They've been fairly close a couple times.
So is this the second year? So
this is the
redraw?
second year. This is the second year of 2. Yeah.
Okay.
So the district is what happens is the district is dissolved every 2 years, and it's a new district. So it has the same teams in it this time around. Of course, Prairieville's a new team this cycle. That's a pick.
That just sealed the deal
there
for the Spartans
right there.
there.
That will do it. And look at that. That whole team is super excited down there with him.
Beautiful.
You got a number on it. Look like 19.
Yeah, look like 19. Look like Kevin. Is it Dykes? Kevin Dykes.
Kevin Dykes. That's great.
Come up with the big interception.
And you can see they like that kid because they all jumped on in there. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's a great job reading that and coming in late. That was perfect. That's exactly how you want to do it. That was a Friday night play right there.
Yes, it was.
So this is the last of a 2-year cycle. Yeah. So what happens is the district meets, they flip a coin to decide your order of play. So right now, the last 2 years we've been Denham, Live Oak, Prairieville, Santa by Dutchtown, Walker.
Yes.
So we unfortunately we got another. Okay, we're trying to. Well, let's get on the right side of the ball.
Yeah.
We got to get little things right first here. I don't know if all of Prairieville got the message that they didn't have the ball anymore.
Yeah.
So we drew the same bye.
Okay.
So we will be week 8 bye again the next 2 weeks.
Okay. We're gonna take a knee here and just let the.
Yep, and
Clock
Prairieville
running
will not do anything to stop it there, and that should be it. So we will have a week 8 bye, and that really, that just sucks because there aren't a lot of teams available week 8.
Correct.
So
Correct.
you that's probably going to end up being a tough game,
Yes.
just like it is this year, the
Yeah.
last 2 years with Turlings. You know,
Absolutely.
there aren't a lot of teams out there.
Yep.
So that is going to do it. That will be the final play of the game. So we'll put that handshake line on camera there.
So freshmen are gonna take this one 14-0.
Great job there. We'll go ahead and put final up there on the. There we go. Excellent, excellent. So we are week 8 bye again, and we're also. I don't know if I should be breaking this or not, but I guess I'll just go ahead and do it for those folks who are watching here.
We're gonna go to Santa Monica 2 years in a row.
We are doing
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
we're also next year that's going to be week 4.
Oh wow.
Yes, we're playing
Okay.
Santa Monica in September, which is
Okay.
not fun.
Well,
Not fun.
I'm not gonna say it's not fun, but I don't know that it's ever happened.
Yeah, the only time it's happened is right after when EA went down to 4A and he had to play week 1.
Yeah.
And one
that's
of those
right.
was
That's
Katrina.
right. That's right.
And I think it happened in 06.
Yep.
So I think only there were probably 3 of those games. I think
Yep.
04, 03, 04, and 06.
That's right.
Were the 3 games. I think Katrina canceled it.
Yep.
So the only time we didn't play, and
Mm-hmm.
since the 2 schools started playing. But so those are the only 3 games we've ever played in September. So we'll be back in September.
And a lot of people don't understand because, and I don't know that we ever went back to back to Santa Monica, but I do know we've been back to back at East Ascension.
Yeah, we've done it several times. We were back to back at Santa Monica in 17 and 18.
Shoot, see, I don't remember that.
And I remember that well because we lost both of those.
But the question always pops up, why isn't that game the last game? Because in the past, the coaches in the district, I'm not going to say the new coaches don't appreciate that rivalry, but the older coaches let it happen. They let us choose that and let us rotate home and away every year. And which, look, I'm on page with these new guys. I don't really care. I want to play. If I got to pick, you got to pick. So definitely they go in, they sit down, they pick out, and they draw it all out, and then however the cards fall, they fall. And it makes it to where some games we got to play back to back at somebody's home.
Correct. And that's they don't take into account who played where last year.
Right.
It's just a straight flip again.
Mm-hmm.
So we did get that flip where we'll be back at Santa Monica in 26.
Yep. And I do like the fact how we're set up where we did, like these last 2 years, we played all Livingston away and we play them all home this year, and we played all Ascension Parish teams home last year and away this year. I like that. But I don't know that we'll get that lucky again.
No, I don't think it's going to fall back on that. I can't remember exactly who's home and who's away for any of that, but I do think that let me see here. Score. Okay. I can't remember the exact order, but I know Santa Monica is first, which I hate that because Gator Day should be cold, I think.
I agree.
You're in camo
I
and all
agree.
that. I just feel like that should be cold, and it ain't cold in September ever.
No.
So that sucks because we do feel like we're going to have a very we feel like another cold front's going to come through next week.
Yes.
And we're hoping we're going to have a cool Gator Day, which would be wonderful.
Yep.
That north wind needs to be blowing when he and Santa Monica's playing, But
that used to be some of the coldest games that I remember.
A lot of
that we
November
played.
and late October games, yeah.
Yes. I remember as a kid, we would go to Santa Monica, come here, and I can remember just everybody in the bleachers had thermoses of hot chocolate, and it would be freezing cold.
And I hate that it won't be that way the next 2 years, but yeah, we will be at Santa Monica 25 and 26, and then we'll be back at EA 27, but then you flip again. So very well could play at Santa Monica 3 of the next 4 years.
Right.
That's entirely possible.
Yep.
Or we could get the back-to-back in 27 and 28, you know.
And that's okay with me because I'm tell you why. Number one, I don't like the seating over there, but what I'm saying doesn't bother me playing there is I truly believe East Ascension's at a different level now, where I'm not afraid to go play them at their place.
Right.
Right. Any team we play, I'm not afraid to go to their place and play them. I think with the coaching staff that we have now and the mentality that they brought to this program, you know, look, every game's a home game, right?
Right.
So it don't matter if it's at your place or not, you know. And you know, I praised my kid when he pitched. Right, he always wanted the opposing team's field.
Oh yeah.
He rarely pitched at home.
Yeah, there's something. There's something about that.
He wanted
really
to go to their field and make it mine. You know,
there's a real edge it gives you that you just don't get at home.
Absolutely. And,
at home, you're almost on the defense.
Correct.
Absolutely.
And so with this coaching staff, the way they coach, I'm not going to say chances, the style of their coach, the aggressiveness. I don't think it matters to them whether we play at Burnside or at the pit or wherever.
I agree. Now, we haven't had to prove that yet since we haven't left Burnside, but I think we're going to see it Friday night.
Yeah, I think you're going to really see it Friday night, the next 2 Friday nights. You know, Brock got him a taste of the red beans last year. And,
he was so mad about that.
Well, and I do know the comment that he told me after that was, I will never have red beans again.
And when he says that, that's not just coach talk. He means it. He means it with every fiber of his being.
Yep.
No doubt about it. Got their captain. We have Wade Campbell out there as one of the captains, number 24. Let me see. Am I right about that? Where's our JV roster?
Yeah,
JV's in the folder there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Wade Campbell's number 24 there.
And it's
one of our captains.
You picked that. It's getting dark now. Do you know if we still got those flashlights over
we
there?
Can turn the lights on. Yeah, man.
I don't want to affect anybody.
I don't think it'll affect anything at all. Let's see there. And actually, I do have that blue flashlight in the bag right back there. I think it's in the front pouch there, Fire Chief, if you don't mind, like right there. I think it's either in the front. It's in the front pouch, or it's in that. If you just flip that first part open, it's in that bottom pouch right there. Yep, right there. Blue. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, there you go. Now, did Tony give us the one that worked, or did Tony give us the one that
I took the one that did. Yes. Yeah, I left the one that didn't.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
All right, so we're ready. Spartans are going to receive the opening kickoff. Let's see here. So there's a Prairieville. That's their varsity roster. That's the best I had. I think it's going to be their JV roster too. I'm not sure though. We'll see.
Okay.
All right. So we are ready here for JV action, and I did not set up that camera. I'll do it. I'll do it.
They can trust us.
Yeah, I'll say the time more.
Yeah.
I'll say that. That's something you're supposed to do anyway. All right. So let me set that clock. 10 minutes. Let's go. Nobody called me on that. Should have already whistled at me about that. All right, so we're ready for JV football here, Prairieville and EA.
Pretty decent return right there.
Not bad.
Terrence Wilson.
Going to see some of the stars of last year's freshman team. Terrence Wilson is one of those guys, along with Demarion Williams. Some others will be naming them as we go here. The Spartans will take over at their own 31, which is weird. That's exactly where we started in the freshman game.
How do you remember that?
Oh, man, it's just weird. Yeah, it's weird.
I couldn't have told you where we started at in the freshman game.
Well, I've been sitting around Mr. Loyson a long time, and he could tell you stuff that just would blow your mind. You're watching the same game, and after about 5 minutes talking to him, you're not even sure you are watching the same. You thought you were watching it.
I tell you, we're missing his pork tonight. That's what we're missing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Jeez.
Oh, just unbelievable. Anybody who's ever had a chance to taste that, his pork is just perfectly cooked. Never seen anybody cook it, more tender and flavorful than that. And juicy, man, it's just unbelievable.
That play's not going anywhere.
Little zone read there, and didn't read that correctly there.
Tristan Manuel, the quarterback there, number 5.
Tristan Manuel, just back from an injury there. He was out a couple of weeks. Great looking kid, man. You look at him. I mean, he looks. It's another varsity body right there. 27-yard line, so 2nd and 14. Run the ball again here. Get back up to the 30 near the original line.
Closer.
Make it 3rd and 11. Let's see. That's 27. Yeah. Nyrian Jones. Yeah, Nyrian was a offensive lineman for us as a freshman a couple of years ago.
Offensive lineman?
Offensive lineman,
okay.
yeah. He was a little undersized for that, so he ended up in the backfield, which takes some work now.
Yeah.
It's a whole different level of agility work there. So he really stepped it up. Good for him. Play clock's a little loose here in JV ball. You ever wonder? Sometimes it seems a little pedestrian.
Oh, just a little bit. Bryce Allen. That was I don't know if he would have got much after that catch, but it was just over the extended arms of him.
All right, so 4th and 11. Spartan's going to punt it away. Who is this deep here? I don't have a number on him. Is that 5? That's Manuel. Yeah, Manuel's a punter.
Yeah, he's punting.
Paul Bourgeois was a big fan of that. Head coach here for 5 years. 11 through 16. Nice.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, nice coverage of that. My goodness. Tell you what, he still didn't go down easy.
No. And he took some big hits. That was my job in middle school. I was the backup coach.
Oh yeah. That's a job.
That's the most important position on a coaching staff.
Right. And I tell you what, the guys that do it right do it consistently.
Yeah.
But you can't just wait for something like that when a bunch of guys are in the middle of a play and then start yelling it. You got to be doing it like every third play.
But the problem is you get caught up in the game. Because that's what I would do. I just get caught up in the game, and then next thing I know, everybody's standing at the 50.
Yep, it's hard, man. It's really hard. And those guys, it's like the only thing you can do is get hurt.
Yeah,
the only thing you can do. And if you're not on the field, you might as well be up against the bleachers, because what good does it do?
Got him in the backfield.
There we go. Nice job there.
That's 3 Spartans on the tackle right there. I don't know who you want to give credit to, but.
And that's that's number 8, Charlie Green. If that sounds familiar, that was their varsity starting quarterback last year, all of last year. Now he was replaced by number 0, Skylar Kelly, who's their starter now. But so Charlie Green is your varsity backup, I do believe, and he's starting this game tonight.
No. Wait, what number was he?
Number 8.
Number 8, the Landon neighbor.
Oh no, for Prairieville.
Oh, for Prairieville. Okay, I'm talking about the mass of Spartans that just made that tackle.
Wow. Was that DeLandon?
Yes.
Okay, DeLandon is a special teams guy on Friday night. He's probably the leading special teams tackler we got.
Yeah.
He does a great job on Friday night, flying around out there on kickoff for sure. Kickoff and punt. He's out there doing work. Great kid. Not a bad defensive back either. He'll be seeing more playing time as the year goes on, and into next year, he's one of those guys lined up to take one of those cornerback spots from either Donjel or Javon there, who are both seniors.
Oh, but you are correct though. Charlie Green is their quarterback. We were just talking about two different things there.
So I was talking about the record, because he was their guy last year. He started this game right here last year at Spartan Stadium and played the whole game. Really played the whole year as a sophomore, and he lost that job to Skylar Kelly as they kind of changed offenses a little bit. And I think Charlie's more of an option guy, and this guy is more of a typical spread offense. So I don't know. I'm not going to get.
We almost got a block there.
Yes, we did. Really close. I'm not going to get into Prairieville's offensive decisions there, but they definitely made a little change there, and it'll.
Something's working. I mean, they're winning some ball games.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely, the offensive coordinator, they had a change there, and that was that was something that was a big issue for them last year, is getting in sync on offense, and they made a change at OC, and then they've definitely leveled up.
Yeah.
And I think we'll see that tonight here in this JV game, and you'll see it on Friday night. They're not the Prairieville you saw last year.
Right.
Now maybe they're not ready to go win 7 games, but they are. Well, they're a full-fledged football team.
They beat.
They beat Parkview and Walker.
Parkview.
Now Parkview is not the Parkview that we're used to.
Correct, but still in all, you would think a down Parkview would still be
over a second-year team.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And no, Prairieville won that one.
Yeah.
And then very impressively beat Walker last week. And jumped out to him 14-0 and had him 21-3.
Yeah.
And this Prairieville team has started off fast. They started off 7-0 on Dutchtown. Now they lost that 42-7, but they did start off 7-0. So they are a quick starting team, and we need to be ready for that Friday night. They're going to look to try to jump on us quick any way they can, because of course they know they're outmanned.
Right.
And anybody could see that. So if they're going to win a game, nice execution there. If they're going to win a game, they're going to have to do it through some smoke and mirrors, So don't be surprised if they try to jump out early and try to change the momentum of the game there, because they do not want to go toe to toe with us for 4 quarters. That's not the way you win that game.
And it's funny because I already watched last week's game over the weekend, and they were not fans of trick plays early. They were not fans of going for 2. And they made it pretty obvious saying it on TV, right?
Yeah.
So Coach Brock and I were talking, and Coach Brock said, well, we're 4-1. And like I said, I love the aggressiveness. I look at this run here. Little pitch, round the end. That's a touchdown.
All the way.
That is Starks, number 89.
No,
84. I'm sorry, 84. It's Jace Jones. That big run right there.
Tell you what, that was impressive. He got around there. I didn't think he had a touchdown right there, but he just kept going. I thought safety or somebody was going to be out there to kind of catch him there, but nobody ever did.
All right, they're telling us that somebody lost their keys and they're in the concession stand on the visitor side, so we might need to make an announcement.
We'll have to do that there pretty soon. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to do that after this 2-point conversion there. Help these people find their keys.
Is there going to be any feedback if I...
No.
Look, got the 2-point conversion.
All right, there we go. Excellent job there. So Spartans lead 8-0.
I should just hit this button and say it.
Just hold it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you lost your keys, they're in the visiting side concession stand. Check your pockets. If you lost your keys, they're in the visitors concession stand.
There we go. Hopefully they find those keys. Oh, they will sooner or later.
Yeah, they figure out they lost them.
Yeah, you get to your car. That's a long walk.
Yeah.
I would go ahead and check right now.
I don't know that. We just bought my wife a new car, and it's too smart for me. I know that.
Oh, is it got like the fob and all that?
This guy.
My wife has one of those, or I can't ever tell when it's on or not.
Yeah.
I can't do that. My truck's pretty new, but I still have a key.
Yeah.
And I turn the key, and I like that.
Well, I drive an antique. I drive an '09. And,
see, I did that for a long time.
I plan on driving it till the wheels fall off.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful.
Little short kick. But I tell you what, we hitting hard here on these special teams.
This guy's got a little something to prove there.
I'm trying to get him some Friday night playtime.
There you go. That's one way to do it. That's for sure. That's for sure. People don't often realize that, but this JV film, you know, it's used to evaluate personnel.
Right.
You know, so you can go back after a season and football coaches, man, they just work their tails off all season, and then all of a sudden there's no game to get ready for, and you just kind of feel lost, you know, and you go and start digging out those JV games, and you just watch one kid every play.
Right.
And just do that, and you can make all kind of notes, and you got plenty. Those coaches have plenty of time. You think they don't do that? They do. So, you know, JV games are a great audition for next year, even if you don't get recognized for it. You know, when you're doing it, they come back in January and say, "Hey, man, you know, we're looking at this, and man, you just had a great JV season." You know, so let's spring football. Let's go ahead and put him in that depth chart right there. You know, it makes a huge difference. These games matter. You know, more than just wins and losses. They don't really matter too much in that regard, but they definitely matter for next season. Who's going to, you know, because I can tell you this right now. Last year, Jamarius McCarty was the superstar of JV football.
Right.
And now come out on Friday night, he's getting 10, 15 carries a game.
Yep.
That's not an accident.
Yep.
Green's rolling to the right here.
Oh, almost picked off.
Oh, that was some serious traffic. He just threw that in.
I just love the look of our defense. Again, we're East Ascension has always been known for its defense, and for the last few years we were not. And just to see these boys flying around the ball like they do, it just reminds me of the old days here. And man, I love watching this, how amped up they are every week. And these guys playing JV ball right here, acting like it's a Friday night.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and I remember being at Lee High School and scouting EA, and that was, you know, if there were three words that came to mind, it was defense, special teams.
Yes.
And that was EA.
Yes.
And offense was just, okay,
Yeah,
let's not turn it over.
Do what we have to do.
Right. Let's hold the ball a little bit. Let's get a few first downs.
Yeah.
They weren't gonna lose a game on offense.
Right.
You know, but defense was going to be ferocious, and special teams was going to have a lot of opportunities.
A lot of 10-0 ball games. We put a lot of goose eggs on people back in the day, especially good teams like Lutcher. Even though they were not in the same class, Lutcher would go on and win state in their class, but they wouldn't score on us. You know?
EA's always sort of had Lutcher's number in a weird kind of way, because there have been a lot of times where Lutcher's had a better team.
Yes.
There we go. Can't touch that one. Prairieville's is going to just get that one to roll down to about the 45. There is one team we have not. There's one team we have never shut out. And that's the team we play next Friday night. We have never shut out. There's only been one shutout in the entire series, and it was Santa.
It was us, yes.
28-0.
Yeah.
And I think that might have been your senior year, junior year. You were in school. I think it was 94 or 95.
94, that might have.
If you were class 95, you just graduated.
Yeah,
I think it was 95.
Yeah, trying to think of what it was.
I think it was Coach Murphy's last year.
Last year.
And that's the only time.
So my dad, who's a huge Spartan fan and been here since the beginning of time, and we grew up on Friday nights. This is what we did. We came to Spartan Stadium, and I'll never forget my senior year. He bet against EA.
Oh, Lord.
Look, they were better. They had the better team. I will admit that now. But Coach Murphy and my dad had a bet. And Coach Murphy said, "Ralph, I'm telling you, we're going to win." My dad said, "No, Barrett, you're not." And he said, "I tell you what, you're so confident, so let's bet that jacket you're wearing." Coach Murphy had a EA jacket on. And that Saturday morning, he drove to my dad's barbershop and brought him that jacket.
Yes,
that
indeed.
jacket is still in my closet right now.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
I don't think my dad's ever worn it. I don't know that I ever put it on, but it is sitting in my closet. I actually thought about donating it to Jamie for letting her put it somewhere in the school.
Oh that could definitely be put somewhere.
Yeah, because it's definitely a part of history.
Yes, indeed. Coach Murphy, the only EA coach to ever make a semifinal appearance in football.
Yep.
1991.
And look, he's teaching like aerobics or something right now.
Yeah.
Like he's still coaching.
He does, and he does radio. I think he does like a high school show.
Such a good guy.
Just a showman too.
Yes.
Back in that era when, now the idea is coaches are all tacticians and they're all like little mini Sabans.
Right.
And but he was that old school kind of showman, motivator, Sid Edwards type.
Yeah. He was a cheerleader.
Yeah.
He was a cheerleader on the sideline.
And that's, there's a lot to be said that, Sid Edwards won, several football state championships and a basketball state championship. And people will tell you he doesn't know any of either one. And I'm not trying to insult the man, but they will tell him, like, look, he doesn't know football, not the way you would expect a coach to know it.
Well, I mean,
but he knows people.
He's a mayor now,
right?
And he don't know the first thing about politics,
right? He just, but he does know people.
He does,
and that makes all the difference. Ooh, look at here, we got the
another
edge here.
big run. Wow, that young man from Prairieville just went flying.
He'll think again before he stands in front of him. My goodness,
is that Courtney Thomas?
Let's see.
Courtney Thomas just ran that ball.
That's not Courtney. They got a
number
different,
3.
Yeah, it's a different.
He's got a different jersey.
It's a different.
On
definitely, and that's not Courtney.
Okay.
Unless Courtney. No, Courtney would have had to have grown up a whole bunch. Yeah, Courtney didn't have thighs like that. I can promise you that. Courtney's a good kid. He's our starting weak safety on Friday night, but he doesn't have. Okay. He's not that.
Well,
big.
that's who we got listed.
Yeah, that's
we need to figure out who that is then.
Yeah, that we do, because I tell you, we'll find out next year for sure. I can tell you that, because that kid.
Look at this touchdown.
Look at there, beautiful.
Under pressure. That's Jace Jones again.
There we go. From Tristan Manuel, who's had a good showing so far. Now it's 14-0 before the conversion attempt. Trying to think of who number 3 may be there. That might be, I don't know, these kids wear different numbers in JV sometimes, and they don't, those rosters don't get updated. Look, everybody in August is like, all right, we're going to do this year. We're going to make sure nobody ever does. So when I printed that thing out, that's probably I'm probably the first person to touch that roster in a month. So that could be Demarion Williams. I'm not sure, but
we just walked in another 2-point conversion.
There,
untouched again.
And it's 16-0 here in the first quarter. And this one, if things don't change, this could get out of hand here.
Do you know who the head coach is for their JV squad?
That's a good question. I do not. Unless I could actually, you know what? It looks like that's Tyler Gaspard. I believe it is Tyler Gaspard across the way there.
Tyler's right over about the 34, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tyler is either the OC or the head coach for JV. I do believe that.
Okay.
Of course, Tyler spent a few years over here before heading over to Prairieville. So
I was a big part in getting Tyler over here to East Ascension.
Yeah, Tyler is a great guy.
Yes.
A great guy, young father there.
Yep. Very good friend of mine, Kyle Swear.
His cousin, right?
They're cousins, yeah. Kyle called me up one night and he said, man, my cousin, his wife's in law school, and they're looking to move this way, and he's a coach. And, man, I told him, I said, before I can speak on him, we need to meet. And so we went, sat down and met and spent hours. Wow, what a return here.
Oh, wow.
They're still going. He just going to change direction and keep it moving. Wow.
Impressive.
So, so I go sit down with him, and like I said, hours later, it's we're just having the best conversation, and so down to earth, and just a people person, like we were talking about with Coach Barry Murphy. He's just a real good people person, and you wanted. I know I wanted to see good things out of him whenever I met him. I was a fan the first night. And so I made the phone call to Darnell, and, he's here. And then he took the job at Prairieville, and look, I don't blame him. I'd love to have kept him here at East Ascension, but it's kind of like you chose not to go there, but they're building something there. They're creating it, right?
Absolutely, from nothing.
There's something to say about that.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
I don't hate them for it. It's like Kay Cowan was my kid's coach, and got a lot of respect for Kay Cowan, and for him to leave a pretty decent program to go start something, it was a challenge for him.
Sure, it's an opportunity that a lot of guys will never get.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a fan, and I'll pull for them every time they play the black and gold.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. I'll pull. I'd pull for North Korea against Sanama. I mean, look. I mean, hey, my wife's a Gator. But
mine was.
Mine
but
was.
She saw the light.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And it's I have no. I was putting in middle school scores for the Brock Mathern show for tomorrow, and putting in Central 32, Sanama 0. Just so beautiful to see Sanama and 0 next to each other. It's just a beautiful, beautiful.
Look
thing.
at this. Oh, wide open.
Oh my goodness.
Gets pushed out of bounds, save a touchdown.
Heck of a play.
Yeah.
All right, so Prairieville looks like they want to make this a ball game, which is good.
Absolutely.
That's good for both teams to have a competitive game here.
I got a nephew that plays for them. And I did go to a game this year. They played on a Thursday night, so I did go. I do watch the games whenever they play on Friday night. I'll watch it on Saturday or Friday night. I'll watch it just because I want to see my nephew.
Yeah.
But my nephew starts at linebacker for him. And so my mom and I had this discussion Friday night at the game because she wanted to know their score. And they just,
No yet.
wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
incomplete. So now they got to walk all the way down to the other field.
She said, I made a comment about them losing, and she said, I should be ashamed of myself because my nephew plays. I said, Mom, I hope he has 28 sacks a game. I hope he has interceptions. I hope he, can score defensive touchdowns, as long as it's a loss.
That's right. Yeah.
He can have the greatest game of his life.
That's right.
And I pulled for him.
Don't be DA.
And, but I did see, I went to the Cecilia game and watched, and I sat with the Cecilia fans. They found out who I was, and they said they want that coach back. And I thought, I don't think that's going to happen.
Sorry. Yeah. No returns.
No.
Policy. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's these guys have made a tremendous difference, and I think you can see it. I think a lot of it is like officiating. They say a good referee, you hardly notice they're there.
Right.
And I think it's the same way with good coaching.
Yeah.
The game just flows, and there aren't very many moments where you say, "What in the hell is going on?"
Right.
And I feel like it's the lack of, it's what you don't see that really shows you the level of coaching. And these guys have a ton of experience, and you mix that with some exuberance of some younger guys there, and it's a great mix. And they all get along and just love each other, and they love these kids, and it shows. And I'm gonna tell you, like, this team is doing on the field what they're coached to do in practice and on those sidelines, and it is so great to see a team out here on Friday night doing what they're coached to do consistently, and it makes a huge difference, and that's why we're 4-1.
Yeah. That Cecilia Sanama game, that's the first time I really noticed, which I knew we were going to run it because I had talked to Brock before the season, but Cecilia ran that Amoeba defense.
Right.
So, apparently it had to come with skeins.
Yeah. Dennis is pretty knowledgeable in it. He'll be the first one to tell you that he doesn't know as much as he'd like to know.
Yeah.
But he knows who to ask when he's got something he can't figure out. And you know, and Darius did a great job of just adapting to it, and they're kind of both learning it as they go. You know, like trying to figure out, okay, well, what do we do here? And you're always running into every week. You're running into a situation where you say, okay, well, we haven't faced this yet. What do we do? And they're kind of having fun workshopping that. You know, just sitting down after a practice, saying, okay, well, I saw this today, and I'm not happy with this. We got to figure something out. And they're sitting there and figuring it out. And it shows on Friday night because they're figuring it out before Friday night.
Yeah.
And that's what you want.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we all jumped there.
Yeah, man, we got that one.
You know, and I watched very close with the coaches, their body language and the way they interact with the team. And it's not just something we hadn't seen on Burnside in quite a few years, where the coaches these guys really get into the game. They're almost like other players out there, right? They get fired up, and you see, what are they going to spot this down?
Spot them down.
Wow.
Look about the foot line.
Yeah. But you see, like, even when they got to break it off and one of them's behind, right? And really get on them for messing up. You always got the next one coming back and building them back up.
Absolutely.
It's kind of something we hadn't seen here in a while. And so as a fan, as a parent of kids who played the game, like, I like seeing that. I don't mind somebody tearing into a kid, so somebody got to bring them back up.
Absolutely.
You know? And,
absolutely.
That's a touchdown for the Hurricanes there. But anyway, I like the way they handling all that.
A lot of great energy on that sideline, and it's easy for anybody to see. And that's something I hope everybody does notice and see. That's not, you can't fake that.
No.
You can't fake that. And it says an awful lot about the kind of job these guys are doing.
I think we got very lucky with this group here.
All right, let's see. You're going for two here? Yeah, I'm going for two.
Well, the guy the other night would have said it's crazy. It's still too early in the game to be chasing points. But go ahead and kick it and get you one. I disagree. Look. Oh,
did he catch it?
He caught it.
He caught it.
It went right through the hands of the defender, and he caught it in the back of the end zone.
All right.
16-8, the Spartans lead.
There we go. Nice job right there. Man, all right, early second quarter. We got 8:46 remaining here before halftime. 10-minute quarters here in JV ball. Next Tuesday night, I guess everybody knows who's coming to Burnside, and that would be the school across the airline.
Yeah.
I'm going to try my best not to say the name of that place between now and next Friday. But, the school across the airline's coming over next Tuesday for freshmen and JV. And included in their number will be several former Spartans, head freshman coach Caleb Ricka.
Yep.
Then you got freshman coach Yogi Wilson, who that still pains me to say, is over there. I just good friend of mine, and I hate to see him. I hate to see him in the black and gold, but he's loving it. He enjoys it very much.
He's an alumni,
and he is. He's a Gator through and through. So still hated to lose him, and it still sucks to see him on that other sideline.
Yep.
But they'll be over here next Tuesday night, so we'll be bringing you that one. And hopefully we can see a little more of what we've seen tonight here and get some points on the board and beat those Gators, which we did not do in freshman or JV over there at the pit a couple weeks ago. Yeah. So hopefully we can get some revenge going there next Tuesday night. So it's a weird week because it's fall break. So the bad news for Ascension Parish, he's struggling.
Yeah,
he needs
44 is really
to get off those feet right
he's
there.
Trying, but he keeps going down.
Yeah.
Who's that young man?
That's tough right there.
Gage Locirio?
Okay, yeah, that or is it Locicero?
Locicero, that might be. I'm terrible with names.
Yeah, Gage Locicero, and I don't know him. That's obviously hurting him a little more than he first thought.
Yeah,
and that's troubling right there. So they're looking at him. That's we got Mr. Randy out there, among some others looking at him. I think that's also Renee out there, huh? Is it?
Brock's out there for sure. Yeah, that's Renee out there with him.
Here we go. Yeah. So let's get him on off there. Get him off that foot. Get him on the bench, and let's see what we can do there. So hopefully he'll be all right. Already looks a little. Well, no, he's not on it. Yeah. Might need a little trip to the. Old.
Well, if that's a cramp, I would hate to have that
cramp.
Oh,
my God. That's the kind of cramp I get in the middle of the night. It looks like there, you know. Man, good Lord. Yeah, I mean, everybody's had a cramp before, so you know how much that hurts. And it's so much worse when you're out there on a football field. It just locks up tremendously on you. A little swing pass out here.
Nice.
Let's see if we can catch the edge.
Look, he got the edge. Nice.
All right, great big game there.
Yeah, next week's gonna be odd. The kids are gonna be out Monday and Tuesday, out of school.
Yeah, so that's a problem. So we need to go ahead and do a little public service announcement for the citizens of Ascension Parish, because you know what happens. Rolling week, Gator week, and
look,
there's no school Monday and Tuesday. So
if you need toilet paper, and I'm not talking about to throw.
Go get it.
I'm talking
now.
about if you are short in your home with toilet paper, you better go now.
Makes me glad I live in Walker. I unaffected by the toilet paper monster there.
I know for a fact we're going to get rolled. I mean, I used to get rolled whenever I didn't have a kid on campus, okay?
Right, so you know you're getting it. You're getting it.
But, I would get done because I used to be, put one half of the shout-out, right, up on stage and throwing the punches out there and doing all the stuff. And it never felt I'd come home next morning, my house would be rolled. And then I get kids in school, and then my son's senior year, we would get rolled multiple times a night, every night of the week.
God, that's brutal.
And then my son in school now, like, I know it's still going to come. Now, maybe not as much as when Court was there, because Court was a little stir,
It's so it's going to be really hard because they're going to have 2 nights, 2 school days there where they are not.
Yes.
They are not waking up early to go to school.
Yes.
So that's a problem.
Yeah.
So folks out there, just get ready. And if you're listening and you go to school in one of the 2 schools, please keep your head about you.
Yeah,
there's a difference between
clean.
having fun and damaging people's property and putting people in harm's way.
Absolutely.
So let's
keep it clean, keep it fun before they shut it down completely.
Absolutely. That's the last thing we want is for the
another Spartan down on their sideline.
You hate to see those kids taking a rivalry and turn it into something different. There's a level there's a line you don't cross, and you shouldn't need to have that explained to you. Let's hope everybody keeps it clean out there. But that is 3 days of school, so that's tough. That's an extra couple of days because they start on Saturday. They don't wait till Monday.
Well, what's funny, and I tip my hat to my son. He orchestrated probably one of the greatest roll jobs ever. He got a group of his buddies together the Friday night before our game. It was Santa Ma's homecoming. So he gets a huge group of people, and they went and they hit every girl on the court. And while them and their families were having their festivities at the pit.
It's cold-blooded.
So he orchestrates this roll. And not only was it the EA kids, he's got their neighbors because they're in daylight, okay? Because they got so many girls to go get. They had to start in the daylight. And the neighbors came out and actually helped them to roll those houses. And so their senior year, he got it rolling on the Friday before. So we had to live it through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and all the rest of the week. Now my house paid for it.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
You're never going to get away with it. You're never get away with it in this thing. It's always going to be give and take.
Yep.
But so there's no school till Wednesday. So that freshman JV game will be played before there's any school that week. So that'll kind of kick off the school week, that freshman JV doubleheader. And then Wednesday we got the Brock Mathern Show live at Walk-Ons. We'll talk more about what Walk-Ons is doing. They're doing some other stuff. We're going to put something up on the screen here at halftime. We can talk about that and kind of show you
Get rid of it. Look at this touchdown.
There it is.
Wow, he took a big shot, but delivered the strike for the touchdown.
It's Jones again. Or no, that's 3. So that's the mystery.
That's the Courtney Thomas that we thought. But
that might be Demarion Williams.
But beautiful pass and catch. And he stood there and took the shot.
That was impressive. And look, he looks like one of those live oak receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's those guys were excellent. And, man, that's a matchup problem here for the Hurricanes tonight. There's no doubt about that. Let's put that score on there. There it is. We have walk-ons. Let's see. Okay, so that's going to be no good there on the 2 point. So we'll stay 22-8 here in the second quarter. 7 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the second quarter. So, man, this is setting up to be a late one. So what's going to happen is walk-ons is doing a kind of a whole week. Canes has been doing these kind of give-back nights, and we've had quite a few of those with some different EA groups, teams over the last month or so. And what walk-ons is going to do is rivalry week.
Oh, okay.
So basically, they're going to tally up. You go over to the walk-ons on Highway 30, not the one on Airline. Highway 30, Tanger, right across from Tanger over there by Don's and Cabela's, And you tell them you're with EA any point that week, and they're going to keep a tally of that. And I think 15%, 10 or 15% of all sales are going to the booster club of the school of your choice.
Nice.
And then they're going to give a special prize, which I think is like half of all the money that's raised during the week. They're going to give half of that extra to the school that raises the most.
Oh, wow.
So, and we'll pull up at halftime and get all that on there, get that stuff exactly right. But that's a really cool thing they're doing.
Yeah.
And
wow.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you,
is covering some kickoffs, man.
We are hitting hard on it. But the funny thing, they're not going down. They're taking these shots.
They are. I'm telling you, that's impressive.
Yeah.
They are not they're not getting thrown around out here. And that's part of what you're seeing. Last year, Prairieville was just so physically outmatched. A lot of times it looked like a varsity versus JV game, and JV looked like JV versus freshman. Right. But no more. They've definitely bulked up a little bit. A year of weight room and all that. It makes a big difference. This walk-on thing, I'm going to go ahead and kind of get that pulled up, get that squared away, so we can talk about that, because that's going to be a big deal next week. And this is a huge thing they're starting up, and they want to make this a yearly thing. And I think both Santa Ma and EA are going to have shows there next week. I think.
Okay.
I think old Chuck is going to do one there.
Oh, gotcha. Look, he stood in the pocket, took that hit, but he couldn't connect on his. I talked to Chuck this past weekend over all this broadcasting stuff, and got a lot of insight.
He's had a bunch of experience, that's for sure.
He started. He started when I coached his son in baseball. He started with his phone, putting up. My son and his son was on the 12-year-old all-star team together, and for Gonzalez, and Chuck was putting it on there, and that's where he really exploded with the whole. It wasn't called Duck Roost at the time, naturally, but that's where the whole concept come from, and I loved it because, we got memories now. Baseball games that our kids have played that we probably wouldn't have had before.
Absolutely. No, it's a great service, man. It's an absolute great service for Santa Monica that they do there. It really is, and for every school that every school
absolutely.
they play. That's for some schools that's the only games they'll ever have with them on, and they're up there on YouTube forever.
Yep.
He does some really good work.
Yep.
And sometimes I just tune in to watch.
Yeah.
Just because he's entertaining.
Yeah.
Especially if they're losing. That's what I really like watching. Trying to listen to them psychologically work through a loss there is, that's always fun for us Spartans. But no, he does good stuff for them over there.
I always know when he says, "Gosh, dog it," that's when you can smile.
Oh man, but yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a lot of work, and it's a real labor of love for them there.
Yep.
All right, here's that amoeba right there. You can see it. Look at this stuff. It just I thought the feed was glitching right there.
No, they're moving.
That's just what we're doing.
Yeah. He's going deep and got him.
Oh, we got him.
Wow, that's a touchdown, folks.
Man, nice throw, nice catch. Excellent work right there. And that's what we talked about earlier with that Amoeba defense is sometimes, you get caught. You get caught. And it's you're going to create plays on defense, but you're also going to give a few more up.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to trade that because you're going to get more interceptions. You're going to create more turnovers.
Yep.
It's a high-pressure defense. And it does have a little more wiggle than your average defense does, but it has a lot more upside too. So you just kind of have to take the good and the bad together.
That play you just saw, that is Tyler Gaspar 100% right there. That's just he's in his wheelhouse calling plays like that.
No doubt about it. The old Karen Crow quarterback. Ooh,
threw behind him.
So no 2-point conversion there, but it's 22-14 there with 5:29 remaining in the first half. Let's go ahead, now that I got that graphic up, let's go ahead and throw it up here for a walk. Oh, let me see. No, I got to do it this way. There we go. So this will be next week. So 10% of all food sales will benefit East Ascension High School and that other places, booster clubs. And that's going to be from October 13th. That's next Monday when they open at 10:30 in the morning, all the way through Friday at 2 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
So you can go get lunch there on Friday.
On game day.
And then so they said, all right, we'll keep it on going to 2 o'clock on Friday, and then we're going to make sure we count everything up, get it right. We're going to write the big check. Okay. And at halftime of the game, they're going to come out on the field and present both booster clubs with their checks, and then present the one, announce who raised the most. So Spartans next week at walk-ons from Monday at 10:30 a.m. all the way through Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock. You can come out there, and everything you spend at walk-ons, 10% of it goes to the EA Booster Club. Just let them know you're with EA. And, if you're not coming out there any other time, come out Wednesday night at 6 o'clock for the Brock Mathern Show. We're going to be live. And we're not just going to have Brock. We're going to have some other coaches. We're going to have some other sponsors. We're going to have some other guests there. I do need to get that off of there. Yeah, there. Let's see. There we go. All right. But we got to beat Prairieville before we get into this too much. We just want to give people a little heads up there and know that that's going on. We'll definitely be reminding you of that next week for sure.
It's kind of like the Rocco's Jello shot.
Yeah. You got to.
You got to prepare yourself for the big week. Big game.
Did that say alcohol or not? I don't know.
Nah, I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. It doesn't mean that it's excluded. It just says sales.
We might have to ask.
So I might have to send an email because that could change the whole game there.
It could be. Of course,
hey, we're an official arm of East Ascension High School. We are certainly not, promoting any of that kind of behavior. No. But I mean, it is good to know whether or not that's a part of the deal. So we'll get you that information.
Parents like to have an adult beverage with their meal,
and that's perfectly within their right and the law. And hey, if you're doing that and it can support the Booster Club, that's great.
That's right.
But we will get back with you on that information.
We're going to trade deep balls. Look at this. Wow.
Not catching him. Not going
to get him again.
My goodness gracious.
I tell you what, Jace Jones.
Wow.
He can get open. There
a flag? No.
No, it's clean. It's clean. We're going to trade blows back and forth, it looks like.
We'll be here all night. 28-14 here before the conversion attempt. And then we still have 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Oh, see, in my every Tuesday night we have a home freshman JV doubleheader. My thought is, and my tradition with volleyball is, if I eat before the volleyball game, then we're going to win quick or lose quick. Yeah, If I don't eat, we're going 5-6.
Yeah.
And we finally broke that last week when we beat Madison Prep in straight sets, and that's the first time that I haven't eaten. There we go. First time that I hadn't eaten before a volleyball game, and it didn't go 5 sets. So my goal is to get to Al Basha.
Yeah.
Al Basha Express over there on the airline.
Yes.
before they close at 9:30.
Yeah.
And like I'm sitting there and I'm looking at my watch. You know, every
Yeah.
Tuesday night it's like, oh man, well tonight it's already dead. It's 8 o'clock
Yeah.
already. It's dead. There's no chance.
You eat the fried cheese?
I like the fried cheese, but I always get combination plate with extra rice, olives, Grecian sauce. Oh yeah, it's over $20 every time I go. Like Grecian sauce and extra pita. Yeah. And I just go home and I sit there and it'll take an hour and a half to just eat all of it. I love it. It's my favorite food in the world.
I can't pass up the fried cheese.
The fried cheese is excellent, and I just don't eat it normally. So it's not part of my order, so I don't get. Now if it was in front of me, I would eat all of it.
So
sure.
I order the combination plate, but I get it no rice.
Ooh.
And then I get the fried cheese. So when I build my pita, I put the fried cheese, the meat, the onions, the hummus, and the salad all in the. I wrap it all up and I go to town. Lord. Man, it's amazing.
And we're just giving Al Basha just all kind of free advertising here.
You know, they got to share some love.
It's
absolutely.
Amazing food. Amazing
One
food.
of now, it is not the same owner. Okay, the Al Basha on 30 is not the same owner as the Express. But the owner from the one on 30, which we go to a lot, one of their kids wrestles with my son. So he's a part of East Ascension wrestling team, and so we go there a lot as well too. Now the Express is just closer to my home,
and it's drive-through, man. Drive-through is everything, especially at night. You're tired.
Yep.
Oh, a drive-through is so great.
But the fried cheese, man. Hey, speaking of fried cheese, Big Moo cheese. Have you ever had that?
Never had.
Oh
it.
my
Don't even know what you're
Coach.
talking about. What are you talking about,
Coach?
What is that?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you were listening tonight and you want some of the best fried cheese you ever had, you go to Rouse's and look in their gourmet cheese section,
Okay.
and it is called Big Moo cheese. And I can't tell you if the bacon one is good. I can't tell you if the jalapeno one's good, but the garlic one is amazing.
I love
and
garlic.
It's 6 minutes on each side in a skillet. You can put it on your barbecue pit. This cheese does not melt. It's like the Greek and Lebanese cheese, and is amazing. And it's a chewier kind of cheese, but Big Moo.
Big Moo.
Big
I'm
Moo.
try that out.
You gotta go get some.
If I gotta go tomorrow to get my stuff for Jambalaya Saturday, so I might as well get some Big Moo while I'm at it.
If you go to the Prairieville one, I bought them all the other day.
Okay, I'll go to Gonzales.
So you better go to Gonzales.
I'll go to Gonzales.
Look, he is getting pressured. Big throws it away. Big smart move. That's a big old boy chasing him down. 92 was step for step with him. Yeah, that's a shame. I'm hungry right now. So
I ate a little ham sandwich, but that wasn't enough. And see, Coach Brock just works us to death. So, I went straight from I had a teacher meeting until 2:45. I get a text from Coach Murph, and he's like, "Hey, we're heading out right now." I was like, "Oh, dang it!" So I went straight from that meeting straight out to practice. Get the drone up in the air, film practice, and then we're done with inside drill, and that was kind of it for the team portion of stuff. And so I jumped over here and got everything set up, and we'll roll out there.
We cut it off right there. He's going, look, that.
Oof. Ball got loose.
I don't know that was a fumble, huh? Looked like he kind of threw the ball to the ground.
It did kind of look like that. Well, he was trying to. They're marking it. They're marking it as a fumble. So that's 4th down, so they'll have to punt it. Just under 4 minutes left in the first half. So I went straight from the practice, straight over here, got this set up, talked to Coach Bell a little bit there, got to catch up with him a little bit. Of course, we'd worked together since 2009, so it's been it's nice to see Mark.
Yep.
And
over his head.
Oh Lord,
look at this. And we got the safety.
There it is. Hadn't seen one of those yet this year. There we go.
That's good. And the beauty, we get the ball back.
There it is. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I came straight over here. I had no chance. I ate a little ham sandwich that I had in my refrigerator, and that was just about it. And these are hungry. These are hungry Tuesday nights. They always are, and you're stuck here now. It's a late night, and I don't know. I used to do Whataburger late night, but I'm just like, no, I just don't like. I don't like eating that. It doesn't feel right anymore. You know, you get a little older, and it just doesn't feel as good as it used to.
I can't anymore.
Yeah,
so,
I really can't either. Right? It just makes you feel.
Yeah.
Just makes you feel awful. You know.
Yeah,
So.
I had an orange at 10, and a salad at lunch, and Fat Boy's hungry right now.
Oh yeah. Oh good Lord. Yeah. You.
My salad done wore off.
Oh yeah. Good Lord. It probably wore off before.
Before I left
before
work.
you got here. Yeah.
I did have some of Stephen Bay's cracklings though today.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's never a bad thing.
Now Stephen Bay cooks the cracklings, and he takes a little donation for them, and so he brought them to work. He delivered them to me. It was kind of like a DoorDash,
Yes, indeed.
But they were amazing. They were good. I got the barbecue flavor and the sweet heat flavor, and they were amazing. So I had a handful of those today too. Look at this return. Everybody set
just like
up.
a hot knife through butter. Look at that, man. All right, 3:14 left in the first half here. A point a half to the scene. 46 points scored already.
And look, you can tell why they hopping around down there. They don't want it to end right here.
Oh no.
They want to score again.
And this is a JV team that's been up and down. Doesn't look. I mean, you look at it tonight, you would never believe they've struggled all year, but they've had their ups and downs this year. So, when things are going good, everybody wants a piece of the action.
Right.
Can't blame them.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I think whoever's over there on number 3 for proof, like 39, is out here saying, "Look, can we get somebody in for 3?"
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a tall order. Literally, that's a tall order guarding him.
Oh, look at this.
Nice job there.
Backfield.
Man, little tackle for loss there. And this is one of those things, and this is one of those things that Brock has said about JV games being about getting better over wins and losses. Now, what is it that we know we can do tonight? Okay, we can throw it to 3. We can throw it to 84.
Yes.
Okay, we can score whenever we want doing that, apparently. But is that going to make us better? And are we going to be able to do that on everybody? Well, apparently not, because we hadn't done it all year, like this. So
that's right. We got to establish a run game.
That's right.
Here.
And we got to work it. And even if that means we go 3 and out a couple times,
that's
then
right.
we have got to work on it. So that's what he talks about as getting better is more important than wins and losses,
Ooh, that was a nice little fake there and a little pitch. We got a laundry on the field, though, so that's probably going to come back on us.
Yeah,
on
probably a hold out there. Anytime you get an outside run and that flag's thrown behind out there in the flat, that's 99% of the time you know what that's going to be.
I don't know how I feel about the shorts. The officials.
The officials in shorts. Yeah, it's interesting.
It's odd.
Yeah, you never see that on Friday, and they are allowed to wear them on Tuesday.
I'm not a guy that tucks in a shirt with shorts either. I couldn't do that.
Really, I'd probably just wear the pants, and those are lightweight pants anyway.
Yeah.
They're not, it's not like wearing jeans out there.
I don't guess I ever noticed them wearing shorts before.
Yeah, I would just go ahead and wear those jeans.
Especially if I got to tuck in my shirt. I'm going to wear pants.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that either. So there's a little discussion there.
What's the confusion on?
I think the question on as well whether or not the clock should have been rolling there. The white hat certainly rolled it, and now he's Now he's rolling it. All right, there we go. So I think he was explaining why the clock would run there. Not sure if the Prairieville staff was satisfied with that.
Oh man, they just blowed that one up.
Yeah, that screen did not go anywhere at all. And that's the thing. You're playing EA. You got to be ready for screens because we work them, and I tell you, in practice we work them and we work them. It takes a lot of work. It's hard because offensive line has got to get their reps.
Right.
They can't just go run out there. They need to know where to go. They need to know what they're looking for. These are not guys that can turn on a dime, so they need to know where they're going. And it takes an awful lot of work. But man, I know last year Turlings, they popped a few on us.
Oh, yeah.
It just made us feel silly.
Yeah.
You just like, good Lord, it just makes you feel like you never know anything about the game. And Coach Dane loves them. He loves the screens.
So how well are they doing right now? That's one team I have not checked on.
They're doing very well. They're
even
doing very well.
losing part of their staff because they lost head coach,
Right.
assistant with one or two assistant coaches, and then head coach's dad, which was the head coach there.
Correct. So they're undefeated right now.
Okay.
And they're getting into district, and I think their schedule is kind of loaded up on the back end. Like their arch rival is St. Thomas More, which of course has been a great program. Jim Hightower out there for one of the all-time winningest coaches in the state, and they've struggled to beat them.
Yeah.
And they play them week 9 right after us.
Oh, wow.
So their schedule is going to get a lot tougher here coming up, but I believe they're still undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been playing well. They've been playing well. You got a big offensive line. I think they only lost one guy off that line, and that guy was Gresham Perry, who was and Coach Chaponche was telling us this last week. He was the undisputed, unanimous district MVP as an offensive lineman. Adam Perry was his dad, LSU offensive lineman, tragically passed away a few years ago, and he's at Tulane now, and so they have everybody else back, but him, he's the only guy who graduated off that line. So they're a big, strong team. Run the football. They're going to be a real challenge in 2 weeks for sure.
And that game's got to mean a lot to the coach. Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. Caught that? My goodness.
Caught it, taking the big hit.
Oh. Wow.
That's Terrence Williams.
What a throw.
Wilson. I'm sorry, Terrence Wilson. I don't have glasses on, and they're right around my neck, too.
What a throw. What a throw by
getting pressure
Manuel.
from both ends. And the catch. I mean, the catch taking a hit in the middle of your back.
That is what you want to see right there. That's a Friday night catch.
Manuel's
going to keep it. He's a load to bring down, too, now.
Got laundry out again.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a
hold.
hold. Yep, bringing it all the way back. So we're getting a little fog on the window here. It's going to be a foggy night. We had that fog last this morning. Was pretty.
It was brutal.
Yeah, and coming in from Walker every morning, man, that's that is a tough little stretch right there.
Mm-hmm.
Port Vincent can get really foggy, and the deer are starting to move too.
Yeah, and they're starting to come out now. Especially starts getting a little cooler here.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Oh, underthrown.
Nice adjustment on it, but couldn't quite get there. That's a nice play on it.
Yeah.
We did all he could right there to come back and get that ball.
No, that's about a third or fourth different receiver he's done thrown the ball to, too. So, getting everybody some action here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of cooler, there's a front coming through a little later this week. So Friday, the high of Friday is looking like low to mid 80s.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, I don't want to say cold, but it's going to be a little chilly by Friday night. And definitely cooler than what we've seen coming up.
That's the worst thing for my business. That and no rain.
Yep. Yep. Those are the natural enemies there.
I don't like either one. Droughts and cold fronts. I don't like either one. Give me hot and a rainstorm every morning and or every afternoon, and that keeps the grass growing.
And see, for me, I remember I pulled into the driveway last night, and I was like, oh man, okay, the grass is not growing as fast. Okay, it's almost time. How many more cuts do I have?
Yeah.
And I think I'm down to maybe one or two more.
Well, it's crazy. I hadn't cut in 2 weeks.
It's been so dry.
And,
so dry.
And it's not growing fast, so
it's getting close to that time.
I'll have to get it this weekend. But yeah, when you sell equipment like that, You don't want to see these cool fronts and these droughts.
No, you're going into the dry season there for y'all there. Now, there is, you get your guys who are like your preparers. They're not going to wait for March to get that stuff together. And if they've been thinking about a new mower, then they're going to come buy it.
Wow, look at this. Look at this.
Wow, he's in.
Nice.
Is he in?
I don't know. I don't think they're signaling. I think they're calling him down at about the 1.
And the official was
nowhere's near it.
Yeah, he wasn't near it, and there's a flag down at the 20 too. I think he threw that flag, and that's what held him back. So he wasn't in position to make that call.
Yeah.
And the only other guy who can is the back judge rotating over to it, and that's a hard call for him to make too. But it doesn't matter because they got a flag here at the 20, so it's going to come back.
Got another hold.
And there we go. We're down to 13 seconds here, so not much time left to do anything here. So at halftime, we're definitely going to have to open the window there because we're fogging up pretty good. It doesn't really, you can't really see it from.
We can't tell.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But when
Yeah,
you
from
see
the
it
window,
on TV,
man, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
So we'll get that fixed here at halftime here, which is just 13 seconds away.
What do? You take a shot right here? Why not? Huh?
Oh yeah, why not? Absolutely. All right, here we go. Let's see.
Going to 84, and that is a touchdown, ladies and gentlemen.
That's about as easy of a shot as you're going to get right there.
That young man.
Goodness.
We might need to find a spot for him on Fridays.
I'll tell you, that's
he gets open.
I don't really see.
Now, I mean, it is JV. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Okay.
But these guys. I mean, these guys. I mean, the eyes don't lie. I mean, they're Friday night ready. I mean, it's just the only problem is you got Jaden Urson and Jeremiah Merriweather out
they
there.
were just
You're just kind of there's a log jam, and we don't do a whole bunch of 4 and 5 wide.
We don't. Yeah.
And there's a whole other layer of the game. These guys are running off a simplified playbook out here tonight. So. With these younger guys, a lot of times they say, why don't you get them out there? Well, they only know so much.
Right.
So, you can send them out there and have them run a certain play. Sure, absolutely, a certain route, yeah. But being out there on the field, play in, play out.
You got the 2 point.
And expecting them to be able to know all those calls, that's a stretch. So, a lot of times you'll see those guys, you wonder, like, man, why didn't he play on Friday? Well, a lot of that comes down to just not having a full grasp of the playbook yet.
Sure.
And this year's a huge help for them, and then next year they're ready to eat it all up at once, and then you'll see them, and some people think, well, that's coaches finally coming to their senses. No, that's the process.
Right.
That's the process.
I know this young man, Jace Jones. He is impressive, though.
Oh man, now that one, I mean, sometimes you can say, hey, look, a post route, okay, well, you can go run it on Friday night just like you run it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
It doesn't change very much. I'm gonna see if I can open this window right now.
His explosion off of the line, though.
Oh yeah, that's separation.
Yes. It was
That is next level. And there we go. And all of a sudden, the fog is gone. There we go. All right. So 4 seconds remaining here in the first half. 40-14. Spartans lead. Now at this point, you start to wonder, okay, well, second half, what are we going to do? Maybe a running clock or something. I'm not really sure. But if you're Prairieville, you don't want to get anybody hurt.
Right.
Because
he stepped out of bounds way back here.
Yeah, he sure did.
That ball, you got to just let go.
Yep. Give them a play.
You didn't run your clock.
I didn't run the clock.
And they all fussing at you. Even our coaches, they got their hands up.
Yep.
And when Robbie Martin fusses at you, you know something's wrong.
Yeah, you know what? I'll talk to Robbie about that on lunch duty tomorrow. I'd like to see him do all these things at once right here.
Look, he's still looking up here.
At me. Yeah, run it off. They should run it off.
Yeah.
Nope, he's going to see saying, nope, that's y'all's guy up there.
Yeah,
that's your guy.
Yeah.
That's,
Look at Robbie.
That's on me. Yeah, that's on me, Robbie. Yeah. Well, you come up here and run the clock and broadcast the game and
all right, we're started now, so we'll.
Yeah.
We're moving everywhere.
Yeah, all right. Let's see. All right, this is going to end on this play. I'll tell you that.
That's
all
it.
right.
All right, let's go to halftime, folks.
All right. See, no harm, no foul.
That's it. Nobody hurt.
There we go. All right.
Spartans lead 40-14 at halftime.
All right. So halftime it is. We're going to put 8 minutes on the clock here. Boom. And we'll go ahead and start that. There we go. All right, so yeah, we catch a little bit of mess from them there, but they have no idea what we're doing up here, and Robbie wouldn't want to have to do all that stuff. I promise you. Now there may be some talk here. White Hat may go to both teams, and they may say, "Look, what do you want to do here?" Because the problem is this: you Prairieville can ill afford injuries. You don't have a super deep team.
Sure.
You have a lot of numbers over there, but you don't have a lot of guys on Friday night who can get out there and play. And I'm sure some of them are these guys right here. I mean, Green's your backup quarterback. So, you'd hate to see somebody get hurt in the second half of a 50-14 JV game. So they may decide to do a little running clock here, or and you also just kind of watch how the game's going, and it might just be like, okay, let's walk this thing on in. Who knows? And sometimes it happens. Sometimes they play it on out. But
so, at what point or how do they tell? Because normally on Friday nights you have officials in here.
Correct.
How do they signal that to you, saying, "Hey, okay, run it on a
on a JV game, they would just have them call me and they would just call me and tell me.
I got you.
So that would be how they do it. Now on a Friday night, those guys, if you look at the officials, they all have those earpieces in. And they're all talking to each other. Every time there's a penalty, the guy up here has to write down the number.
I got
and they keep a log of everything. They got to turn all that in. So what you'll hear in the press box is you'll hear the one of the officials, one of the clock operators up here, he'll ask, okay, what number was on that hold? Because they're supposed to tell them that every penalty. They're supposed to tell each other that.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they don't. And these guys up here get mad because they're the ones who have to write it down. And they say, you got to give me the number. You'll hear them fussing at each other about that. But, so they're talking about all that. So sometimes you'll see the white hat, and he's just kind of standing off by himself. Well, he's listening. They're all talking, via radio. So
I didn't know that they were right on the other side of the wall that we broadcast the games from.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. Feet away.
Did not know that until the touchdown a couple weeks ago in this corner down here. And I forget what receiver it was, but he catches it. He gets knocked backwards a little bit, but he runs to the corner, stretches out, catches the corner at the end zone, knocks the pylon down, and it's no good. He said they didn't score, right? There was a fourth down play, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember that,
But the same official picks up the pylon that he just broke the plane of the goal, But he said, so I threw a few harsh words in there at him, and your boy that was standing right there just leans back and looks around that wall. And I thought, man, maybe I shouldn't have said anything. But Tony laughed, and I looked back at Tony and I said, that's why they shouldn't get paid till after the game. They got to get evaluated first.
There is a level of accountability, and those guys, what they do is of course, over the weekend, coaches will send in plays. So if there were certain things that they felt weren't called correctly, or things that maybe, especially when it endangered kids, or or was a big call that changed a game, they'll send those in, and they'll give comments, and those officials. The officials associations, those guys watch that stuff. And they take it very seriously. And you may not ever hear from the association what you want to hear. Hey, we messed up. We're sorry. Sometimes you do, though. They have apologized before. But they do talk to those officials, and there are repercussions inside of the system.
Gotcha.
The real problem is we have such a shortage of officials.
Right.
You can't really afford to suspend people.
Yeah. I get it.
And you can't really run people off. So what you can do is kind of shift them around to some other games. You can demote them to a lower classification, or some games that are, there's a lot of high school games that get played in front of, 300 people total,
So,
I get shifted, to some of those games, and then what happens, like the Denham Springs game, of course, with the fight after, it was kind of messy, and there were some calls in there that weren't made.
There was some targeting in there that never got called.
And that heightened the tension on both sidelines. And, if you notice, the crew last week was spectacular.
Oh, they were very good last week.
And that was no accident. I mean, that was definitely like, oh, hey, look, that didn't go well. Let's send we're going to send a top crew over here and kind of say, hey, our bad,
Right.
But there definitely are repercussions in the system, and we don't always get to know exactly what they are. But it's tough. If you've ever thought about it, please sign up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't pay terribly. I mean, it's
Right.
not, you're not going to make a living off of it, but it's
Right.
great little extra money, and you're out there on Friday nights under the lights. I mean, if you like high school football, what a tremendous experience to officiate it.
The problem with it is, though, like I would love it. I would love, especially baseball games. I would love it, but I'm too big of a fan of the game, so I get caught up watching. You know, and it's funny because like I've done some youth baseball stuff where get caught up in it. It's like I forgot to hit my clicker.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And so now
yeah.
shoot, now this kid got to throw 4 strikes. You know.
Yep.
So I'm too big of a fan to do it.
And it's hard. It's very hard, and it does change what you are. You don't get to experience the game any kind of way that you did before. It's kind of like coaches.
Yeah.
You know, coaches are some of the worst people to watch game
That's
with.
right.
Watch an LSU game with. It's crazy because now you just get to be a fan. You know.
That's right.
Because on Friday night the game is not. You're not seeing it the way the people see it.
Correct.
It is much deeper
Well, it's a
and
job.
more analytical. Absolutely, you are deep in the weeds of it all, and it is you are breaking it down, and it is you don't get to watch it until you get back to the field house and turn it on, and that's what coaches do.
Yeah.
You know, they get back and they sit back and just watch it.
Yeah, I
'Cause,
get texts
you know,
from Brock whenever I make comments on TV.
Hey, Brock's never going to be shy about letting you know what he thinks about something.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that about him. He's never going to leave you. He's never going to leave you guessing what he thinks about something. But it's you know, it's one of those things like you're officiating is the same kind of way. You are locked in, and there's so many rules you have to apply, and those are split-second decisions you're making.
Yeah.
And I say give those guys some grace. It is a tough job, and there aren't enough guys who want to do it. And these guys are having to work Thursday and Friday nights to make this happen.
Right.
And without them, we don't have high school sports. You know, and
But
it's not just football. There's a whole bunch of sports going on right now.
I say it all the time. Like people don't understand. I give refs and officials a hard time, but I really do respect them, and because they are making decisions on a split second. And it's like a coach. Coaching baseball. You either waving that kid home at third or you holding him up, and somebody in the stand says you should have sent him or you should have held him.
Yep.
Yeah, but I got a half of a second at best to make up my mind to decide what's about to be the best decision for this entire team. And until you put yourself in that situation, you never know. And but they're the same way. But with technology we have today, that all this stuff that we do, and it's minor because you kept it elementary for me to be able to operate all this stuff. But the technology that we have today, why couldn't there be a booth down there and we watch?
It's going to be coming pretty soon, I think. Now, the only thing that keeps you from having it, something you can use, is just the availability. It's got to be something every school could have.
So could it be like district to district? It would have to be our whole district?
It could be that. It could be that.
If we choose, if our district chooses, hey, we want to use instant replay. And you can only challenge twice a game a coach they can go back and look at penalties or what have you. You know what I'm saying? Like give two coaches challenges and then the rest would be on the officials.
Because see what you can do there is like a lot of times that stuff will get piloted in 5A, and it's 5A ball where it happens because those are going to be the schools with the most resources typically, and that's usually where that thing happens. But I don't see why it couldn't be a district thing where everybody could get together, and if the district writes it into their bylaws and the LHSA approves it as a pilot program or something like that, I think that'd be wonderful. And every school in this district would be able to manage that. And Huddle is they're actually beta testing. It's free this year. They're beta testing a Huddle replay system.
Okay.
So you could have an iPad down there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That a ref could go to, click a button, and watch the last play. So it's the technology's here. It's just a matter of getting everything figured out.
So So we have one huddle camera, right?
We do.
Okay,
we have one huddle camera, and it's right there on
and
midfield.
I do know it tracks and does all the stuff for you, so it would follow this side. But shouldn't there be one on the other side as well? That way you can get two angles from each.
If you really, and that's going to be the problem, is I think a lot of replays they would say, well, we can't tell anything. From
Correct.
this.
Correct.
So I think Huddle is also working on something like that.
Okay.
Huddle also sells end zone cameras now. So I think in 3 years you're going to have the ability to have multi-angle replay.
Oh,
I think
nice.
that technology
Nice.
will be there, and it'll just be a matter of schools and the LHSA willing to do it. You know.
Yeah.
That's how I think basketball. We could do that this year. We could have an iPad at the scores table.
Right.
And let's do it.
Yeah.
You know. And in basketball, you'd probably have a better chance to get good film on that too.
Sure.
You know. But yeah, that's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
It's just whenever the LHSA and schools want to pilot it. I think that'll happen in the next few years.
Oh, look at this now. Got right through his legs.
That fall on it. There you go.
Smart thing to do.
Just like baseball, you know, just sometimes the best thing to do is just hold the ball. Don't make that throw.
Yeah.
You know, first base just got overthrown.
Yeah,
The right fielder doesn't need to go and overthrow second
That's
or
right.
third.
That's right.
Just hold the ball and let's stop this where it is.
We want one mistake
That's right.
at worst.
Let's minimize the loss there. And there you go. Now you're way behind schedule. It's third down and 23 or something now. So now you're going to be in a mess either way. But that's a hell of a lot better than bringing your extra point block team on. You know.
Yeah.
That little half roll, and that's incomplete.
So wait, this is a new quarterback, huh? Or was that the same quarterback?
Yeah, that's a new guy.
Number
Looks like
40?
number 40, yeah.
Oh,
New guy.
let's see here if we can. I don't know if that's going to be the same.
Yeah, we have their varsity roster, but I would imagine that's going to be pretty good for JV. But it's no telling.
Take a guess who that is.
That's not Fontenot, is it?
No, that's trainer Renee's boy.
Oh man, that would make sense though. He was a freshman quarterback last year, so that would make sense. Is Fontenot on the roster? Is he playing football again this year? Oh, almost blocked. Nice punt though. Oh, muffed return, but EA does end up with it. All right, there we go. So Spartans take over in Prairieville territory.
Job is number 33.
Okay, so he's still on. Okay, that's good. Yeah, Job was a bright spot for him last year at running back. Man, he had a good game against us last year. Big second half against us.
Yeah. Job's an athlete.
Absolutely. And I heard that his father was an athlete at one point. Now he's more of a gardener, entrepreneur.
Yeah.
But I heard at one time he was quite the
I
athlete.
tell you what, that whole his Andy and all his siblings. I don't know that. What is it? 5 of them, I believe it is,
bunch.
and every one of them was a hell of a baseball player.
Met at the line there, nothing doing.
Andy was a heck of a catcher, and he just
Pretty doggone good coach too.
look. And I was just about to tell you that. So my son's senior year, I think it was. He came in and he helped out at East Ascension with Kay Cowan there, and or maybe it was his junior year, I think it was, because he had Rick on staff, he had Andy on staff, he had Gaspard, Kissinger. I mean, we had a really good group of baseball knowledge.
You had 4 current head baseball
head
coaches
yes.
on that staff.
Yes.
That's EA,
Yes.
Sandoval, Prairieville,
Yes.
and Plaquemine.
And now Plaquemine,
with
yep.
Kissinger. Yeah,
Absolutely.
So that's pretty.
That was pretty
impressive.
good. Yeah. And not to shortchange anything from any one of them, but look at this. Oh, that's pass interference. He's never there. It is. Never tried to play the ball on that. And I look not to discredit anybody, because look, I think the world of Coach Grimion. I actually coached him when he was 12. phenomenal young man. You know, what he did with my kid was great. I got all the respect in the world for him. But, man, Ricka, you know, I really Santa Mo ended up with a gym.
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely. Yeah.
You know, he and I had a good long talk about it, and I told him, I said, of all places to go, I figured he was going to be the next up at Dutchtown.
Right. I would have preferred to have seen that.
Yeah. And, you know, Santa Mo don't know how lucky they are to get Coach Ricka.
I hope they're going to figure it out.
Yeah.
They're going to figure it out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, a spectacular guy.
Yeah.
And just, you know, a better person than he is a coach. It was really great to get to know him. Of course, his wife, Tony, is still here at
our
EA.
softball coach, absolutely.
Doing a terrific job.
Phenomenal.
Looking forward to a great year. All those freshmen have grown up and they're seniors now, so it's going to be interesting to see where they end up by the end of this athletic season. So,
did you hear the story about probably his second day on that campus over there?
I did not.
So we all know he's not a very tall guy.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Could pass as a student if you don't look close. And one of the teachers stopped him and wanted to know where his student ID was. And quick-witted as he is, he says, "I don't have it." And she says, "Well, what's your student number?" And he rambled off some numbers and then kept on walking. And he said, "It's nice when they don't know who you really are."
I'm afraid he's not going to have that luxury for long over there.
No, not by any means. He's gonna take that program. Which, look, it's not like it was a bad program. It wasn't in shambles.
Not at all.
You know, their coach decided that he was going to do something different. Young coach, and I think it meant more family time for him. So Rick has taken over a really good. I mean, we all know how successful they are in baseball, and
Right.
And Rick has taken over a very good program, and he's going to make some noise.
Let's just make it not too much noise. Huh?
Yeah, well,
I mean, I'd love it for him, but not there. Not there. Ugh.
well, you know, it's funny. I still mention mine because it wasn't long ago he was playing here, right? And he said two of the greatest feelings in the world was throwing a touchdown to seal the deal in his junior year, and in the football victory, and then his senior year to go 8 innings against them. And,
yes, indeed.
And beat them at their place.
Yes, indeed.
You know? So I do have pictures of Santa Mo hanging in my house.
That's totally acceptable.
It's him on the mound there, and that's about the only pictures we got of Santa Mo, but he is hanging in the house. But we got a little sideline warning. The get back coach is not doing his job.
All right, a little Tuesday night action there. These guys get a little loose sometimes on Tuesday. Take a few liberties they would never do on Friday night. So
I had to go tell Brock, look, when I don't do the games, I'm going to be your get back coach.
I tell you, it's a tough job.
Yeah.
It's a tough job.
Look, it is. Everybody, you want to get part. The closer to the action, the better you feel. Look at this run.
Man,
I mean, he stumbled.
inside the
Like
five.
they tripped him up, and he still stumbled for a few more.
Looks like we're on the verge of putting another score on the board here.
And he's saying run that clock.
Yeah, that's the way it should be. Should just be running clock, I think. But
yeah, we were in Birmingham wrestling over the summer whenever Kissinger called me and told me he was taking the job to go to across the river there, and I'm so excited for him. He's going to do good over there. He's a class act.
you know, he's a great guy, a great guy, and a sharp baseball mind there. He's been calling pitches, and I mean, he has been contributing big time, and it's going to be fun to see him take the reins.
They shut the door on this one.
I thought maybe Coach Dane was up to something. He had a receiver way over there on the visiting sideline. There, he's back over there again. I've been trying to get him in the shot here because I'm wondering if we're about to do something with him over there.
Yeah, I would think so.
Let's see. Let's make sure he stays in that
We
shot.
ain't gonna call his name because we know it's wrong. But
Right, yeah.
But I think he's about ready to put 6 more on the board.
So now the home side becomes the wide side of the field. So we got a single receiver. That's just tailor-made for a slant right here. But, on down here at the bottom of the screen. All depends. See, yeah, that guy didn't drop, so you could definitely do it right there.
Yep. Look.
Instead,
And he lost
nice.
the ball.
Nice tackle there, but he ended up dropping that ball.
He jarred it loose.
Yeah, that was a good play. Good play. Yeah, so right there, you know, if that outside backer out there, if he's coming, then man, I can throw that slant.
Right.
You know, he drops though. You got to be careful. That's a pick six if you're not careful. But if you can formation them into a situation where you know they're not going to have anybody dropping into that window right there, that slant is just money. All right, so let's see what we got here. We could throw a fade up top here to 3. That might be
That's
interesting.
kind of what we've been waiting on here. No, going
down
wide
here.
field. Oh, we dropped again.
Ooh. Okay, well, there we
Second
go.
receiver to drop it.
So it's 4th down.
Look, 3 is waving his arms. He's like,
There's a
brother,
call.
I am here.
Hey, in case you forgot about me. Remember that first half? We're going to see what we do here on 4th down. There's another situation here. Now, the win and loss is no longer really in the cards here. You kind of know what's going to happen here. So now you really do try to get better. So
Yeah.
what do you want them to be able to do here that they haven't shown you they can do yet?
Well,
you know,
I would have liked to have seen him smash his football in. I
Oh,
want to see him run
absolutely.
the rock right
I
here.
can promise you that's exactly what Coach Dane was hoping for us
You
to
know.
do.
But we throw a couple passes instead. But you know, I really want to see him work on this run game here.
Play action.
Oh,
And there it is. Okay. Incomplete. And that'll be a turnover on down. So the Prairieville Hurricanes will take over inside their own 10 at the 8-yard line. There. All right. So remind you this Friday night, 7 o'clock over there on Parker Road. Now they you know, there's a lot of mystery involved here. Their visitors' bleachers are much smaller than ours. They're about half the size of ours. They only have like 2 sections.
okay.
So it's probably about 30 yards. I don't want to defame them here, but I think it's about 30 to 35 yards of bleacher space. That's it. It's the smallest you'll see in this parish anywhere. So even the Gators give you more than that.
Oh wow! Look at this.
Oh, a little reverse
reverse.
there. Look at there. Nice job. Nice job. Oh, still up.
I'm actually excited about going there. I haven't been there yet, so I haven't seen it. I did not make the baseball game last year that was played there. We had something else going on, and Coach Cowan actually took some of his old players that graduated from that he coached here at EA, my son included. He took them on a little tour before the game, so they got to see what the lucky have to work with. You know, look at this pass,
It is a nice shot. Oh,
right
yeah.
over the middle.
Oh, wow.
He
He's
may be gone. Yes,
He is gone.
Wow, that was a beautiful throw. The tight spiral come
That's
out his hand. It was
yeah,
nice.
That's perfect. That's exactly what you're looking for right there. Gaspard and company have to be happy with that one. 40-20 now.
Yep.
Minute 47 remaining in the third quarter here.
But yeah, I'm really curious to go see. I'm just excited to go see the new stadium, and
It's a nice setup, you know. And as I tell you this, from a coach's standpoint, having a field house in your end zone is just beautiful.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and it is a very nice field house, and it all looks great over there. Everything's shiny and new. But the visiting stands are small.
Yeah.
So here's the good part about that. Unlike some other schools in the immediate area, they work on a solution
Nice.
for that. There we go.
Down.
Nice break up there. No
So
good
they're
on
not
the two-point conversion.
they're not going to put a band or a student section.
No,
in
no,
that
they're not
group.
going to
Okay.
put anything on the visitor side except visitors.
Okay.
And they actually have chairs in the corner, the visitors' corner of the end zone for the band.
Oh, wow.
So they have folding chairs out for them, so they have a place
Wow.
to sit.
Okay.
And they put all their equipment out there and all that stuff.
Okay.
So they take up no bleacher space.
Nice.
So bleacher space is just for students and fans.
Nice.
So it actually works out fairly well. And I'm pretty sure it'll be full.
Yeah.
But get there early just to be on the safe side. But they do everything they can, and that's limited space, and that's not. I don't think that was the original plan. And then I also heard that their bleachers were damaged last year when Dutchtown came. Not vandalism or anything, but there was just there was some damage there. So I'm not sure if all their bleachers are available or not.
I got you.
So it could be tight, but they do everything they can to accommodate it, and that's all we can ask for. So they're also asking for all the fans, so anybody listening, pass this along to people you know are going Friday night. They're asking for the fans to park not on the Parker Road side of the school.
Okay.
That's where people are going to want to park.
Yeah.
They're going to say that's where, let me run this clock a little bit. Okay. They're going to say you're going to want to park on Parker and just walk right into the home stands, but
What you by the baseball, where the baseball would park on that other side?
That's where they want you to park. So if you went to a Prairieville baseball game last year, if you've been to a basketball game, they want you to park over there in the student lot behind the gym, as if you were going to baseball. You would walk behind the field house. They call it Thunder Road right there, and you walk down the field house, behind the field house, and then you walk around to the visiting stands.
Gotcha.
And they have a visiting gate there.
Okay.
So we'll be putting all that on social media over the next couple of days, but if you are going Friday night, I know it's a little tricky, so it's not going to be where you think you're going to park, because you're not going to be able to get to the visitor side from the home bleachers there.
Okay.
So what you do is you don't come in on Parker, but instead you turn onto 929 there, Hornsby Road right there. So you keep going on 929 through that traffic circle like you're going to Rouse's, like you're going to go hit 42.
Right.
And then just turn right there just as soon as you can turn into the school. And there's a big, giant student parking lot, and it's full of geese.
Really?
It's full of geese waste.
Really?
They have a huge geese population over there, and they can't get rid of it due to some federal.
Look, he tossed it right to the Hurricanes.
Not what you want.
Wow.
Oh, and he almost
stripped him.
My goodness. Oh, my goodness. How about
he
that?
absolutely tossed it right into the player's gut.
That is ill-advised. Ill-advised. I'm sure he's going to get a little bit of an earful on that.
And he's been playing spectacular up until that point.
And that was just a mistake right there. No other way to put it. Well, he'll live and learn on that one.
So you saying take my truck, not my brand new wife's car that I just bought this last week?
Yeah, because due to the Migratory Bird Act and some other federal regulations, there's not much they can do. You kind of, geese kind of run the world, and geese they have the best lobbyists in Congress, I guess.
Yeah.
But you can't really do anything about them, so they're kind of stuck with this giant flock of geese that just found the place when they dug those ponds. During construction. And they haven't been able to get rid of them. And I have a picture from this summer. I was over helping my wife in her room over there, and slip and slide, he's in there.
Yeah.
And that's a 2-pointer, and it's a 12-point ball game.
Wow. They may not want you to run the clock for the fourth quarter.
How about that, huh? Made it interesting here. Those geese just, I have never seen so much mess in a parking lot. And it is.
Is this a concreted parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
And it is obscene how much the geese use that part. I mean, you couldn't take 10 steps without stepping right in it. I mean, I don't know what else they do. I don't even know how they eat enough to do all that there.
Yeah.
But you can stand at the front of that parking lot and you just take a picture. You can just see it's just everywhere. It's just specks everywhere. watch out for that Friday. Maybe they'll get out there and pressure wash it. I don't know, Friday morning or something, but or Friday afternoon after the kids leave. But I have never seen anything like it, and they know it's a problem. There's nothing you can really do about it.
I'm sure here in South Louisiana, they got some people that can take care of that for them.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know anything about that. That would be in violation of federal law, and I have no knowledge of that. But if there was some way within the confines of the law to relocate those geese, I think Prairieville, Ohio would probably be would be a big fan of that, because it is a lot to handle, and
it's
a mess, literally.
It's really good.
Nice little lick over there.
Well, I tell you what, they hitting hard. Both special teams.
Absolutely.
Smother down with turnips.
Oh,
Goose is very good if you smother it down with turnips.
Coach Van Moore, Bruno Van Moore, our girls soccer assistant coach, former boys head coach, is a big fan of, as a Belgian, it makes sense. I've never had, well, you know what, maybe I've had it once or twice, like a pate. Like I think I've had the foie gras, whatever they call it. Before gout kept me from eating any of that kind of stuff. Yeah. But I tried it once or twice on a couple crackers there. It's not. I'd rather just have hog head cheese myself.
No doubt.
But it's something to try if you never tried it.
My speaking of odd, and my sister, Kim Wheat, teaches with y'all. Her daughter now lives in Vegas, and her boyfriend, what have you, he's a professional card player. Okay, so
interesting profession there.
Yeah, and so they like a lot of flashy stuff, right? He makes a lot of money. He does what he does. He's good at what he does. And for Christmas, they were going to surprise me. They had something that I was just going to fall over, and it was a big old round disc of caviar.
Oh, wow.
And so I tasted this caviar, and it just tastes like wet, slimy salt.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So then I was told I wasn't eating it right. Like, you got to put it on a cracker, and you got to put creme fraiche, and you got to put chives. But now it tastes like creme fraiche and chives. It doesn't taste like. So I said, you spend all this money on fish eggs, and you got to cover, you got to mask the flavor of it, right?
Right.
So I said, well, look, since I tried your caviar, you try mine. So I broke out some pickled quail eggs.
Oh.
The guy about threw up.
Oh.
And I'm thinking to myself, how do you eat the slimy salt?
Right.
But you can't eat a flavorful quail egg.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I don't understand
he's from like Oregon or something, so they don't know good food either.
Yeah, I had a college roommate from Oregon for a year, and it was food's not a specialty of theirs really. It's very, very plain with the food.
Yeah.
Didn't want to eat anything spicy, no hot sauce or anything, no Tony's,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was hard. We cooked a good bit in the apartment. He never he never really. It was three of us, three Louisiana guys, and then this Oregon
somebody
guy,
from Oregon.
And it just didn't. He didn't care too much.
Yeah.
Didn't care too much for the food. But yeah, caviar is just kind of like it's almost like somebody, just diced up raw oysters and little tiny pearls.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. And I used to like raw oysters, but I wouldn't want it chopped up into little pieces like that. It would just feel very slimy.
Yeah. He brought Kim and them a bottle of like 15, 20-year-old Pappy.
Oh wow!
Impress me with that. Not fish eggs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Give them the caviar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
So if y'all listening in Vegas tonight,
there you go. Next year.
Next year we're gonna get a bottle of Pappy.
There you go. Hey, Christmas is right around the corner.
All right, starting the fourth here, we're gonna get a big sack.
Oh,
wow,
Lord! All right. Well,
I'm talking. He come untouched and just blasted him.
That's it's disconcerting. And I'm starting to think we're going to have to put together one more scoring drive here to make sure this thing ends up on our side here.
No doubt.
So I might want to get on that. not looking very promising right now. Let's see, third down. Third? No, it's just second down, right?
Yeah, second down.
Or wait, was first down down here? Yeah, first down was in the third quarter. Yeah,
Was
it is third down. It's third. Yeah, third and like 18.
Shoot.
That's right. Yeah, we did have first down down here.
Okay.
Yep.
Now we were talking about fish eggs, and I got sidetracked. Look, we're taking the shot.
Lord, here we go. Man, all right, 3 and out for the Spartans, and they're going to have to punt the ball out of the shadow of their own end zone here.
Number 3 right here, he is frustrated. He had his guy beat by a mile.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be looking for him first there. Man, I don't know. You know what we used to do back in freshman ball, back in the days, if we had one receiver like that, we would put 3 guys to the other side of the field, and we'd put him down by himself, and we would see if they would move a safety over the top of him and double him. And if they didn't do that, we were going down the sideline with him. Here we go, you know. And we would make people pay. Anybody who didn't double him, it was trouble.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
and Prairieville's going to have some great field position here. Yeah, we would. We got a Spartan a little slow to get up there. Let's see.
He's been last couple times he's been out on the field. He's been limping off.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's.
Oh man, that's.
I got a cramp here. It looks like. Yeah, I'm working a cramp out of it. You're so used to that. You're seeing that on a football field. You know, and just think about when you get a cramp in the middle of the night. There's nobody to do that.
No.
You're not waking anybody up to do that. I mean, you imagine waking.
If I woke up my wife for that,
my God.
she would be pissed. She would tell me to go back to bed.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, indeed. No, indeed. Because I think for women, you know, to hear a man complain about cramps is a little much for him.
Yeah.
And I got to say I can't blame him because from what I hear, that's a tough situation.
Yeah.
All right, so number 23 there. Who do we have on the roster for that? Who is 23? Looks familiar. Is that Jackson?
Yeah, it's Jackson.
Okay, Jackson Sarity.
Yeah.
Okay. Jackson saw some PT Friday night against Live Oak in the second half. We were a little short in the secondary there, and he saw some action there and did a pretty good job. Oh, sorry.
Nice, big sack here.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Jackson was one of the guys I actually donated money to this year when they sent out their. He was actually the first player that I always get hit up by multiple players. He was the first one to reach out to me this year.
He's a great kid.
Yeah.
He's a great kid. Have to drink some extra water there before we drink some pickle juice tonight.
Ooh, I'd rather cramp.
Oof. Yeah, see, I like pickles, so
Oh, not me.
8.5 minutes remaining in the ball game. Prairieville's open it up here.
Wow.
Oh, man, that was nice.
Good open field tackle there.
And that's just classic. You see that a lot in sub-varsity ball where you just clear out guys on one side of the field and you send that back into the flat. And a lot of times in sub-varsity ball, that flat defender's not going to be there. He's going to get carried by those 2 clear-out routes. And it's just right there, and there he was. That was wide open right there. We used to run that a lot. You'd run like double slant and have everybody go to the middle of the field and then just run a little arrow route out there with the running back. And, yeah, that was easy money. That was close. But look at there. They turned it into a touchdown.
Should have been a pick six.
Wow. Boy, you talk about from feast to famine right there. Man, I thought we had that picked. So close.
Coach, we got us a ball game.
A real ball game. We got us a little bit of. Oh, we got to stop the clock here. We got us a little bit of a problem here.
I did not think at halftime that this was going to be the way this is
No.
playing out.
40 to 14.
Yeah.
Kind of felt like this one was well in hand, and instead, we got an issue here. The Canes have come out to play for sure here in the second half. And EA struggled on offense. It struggled. I think we've been trying to do some things besides what got us to 40, and it kind of hasn't
and like
played
we
out.
said, that's when you want to try that other stuff.
All right.
You know,
got to.
And so, and again, if you leave here and you don't have the W, you have to answer the questions from the other side about how do you have a 40-point, you know.
Right.
But the thing about it is, regardless, it's a win because we've done some really successful stuff tonight. We see a lot of what we need to work on, and I think it's a positive. I don't care what the score is. It's a positive.
That being said, sure as heck would like to pull this one out.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And now is the time to go back to what you've been doing best and get another score and kind of put this thing to bed. Of course, you got to watch for onside kick here.
I mean, regardless, it's still your little brother, right? You want to beat your little brother.
Right. It's a young rival, but it's a rival
yes.
nonetheless. They're in the parish.
Yes.
So,
and half of those kids came from this school. So, like, you want to, you know, or I say half, not quite half.
Oh, yeah,
but,
much
you know,
less, yeah.
At least a quarter of them or so, you know, probably came from the school. So, I know we were almost in it. We were so close to the line.
I think it did take a little more. Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
It did take a little more of EA than people thought.
Yes.
I think than people realized.
Originally, we were not supposed to be affected from what I originally heard in the whole thing. And then they took William Ficklin Road and everything north of William Ficklin, which is the road right north of my road.
And I think we have this is the smallest freshman class we've had in quite a long time. You know, we were under 400 this year in freshman class, and you know, we've been running closer to 500 there, so it has impacted us. Not as much as Santa Monica Dutchtown. They've taken big, giant chunks of their population out from this, but we've been impacted.
Yeah. And, you know, it's funny because, and I've said this, people don't really understand, but we had a lot of baseball players in that area, that William Ficklin Road, that was supposed to come to East Ascension. And so I really think out of every sport that we've got on campus, our baseball took the biggest hit by this school opening up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a face mask, big guy. Wow.
Let's see. No flag on that? No, I don't see any. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they missed that one.
The fans are letting them hear about it.
Yeah, they're not shy about it tonight. That's for sure. You know, it's different. On a Friday night, it's kind of hard to be heard all that much, you know? And there's a lot more people who will kind of stare at you and make you sit down, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, on a Tuesday night, yeah, you feel like saying something. Everybody's going to hear it.
Well, look, they just saw the movement, but they didn't see the face mask.
Yep.
That's tough.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. It's a part of the game.
They still. What about the face mask?
That's a good question. And, you know, these guys, they know they missed it, you know.
Yeah.
They may not have seen it, but when they hear all that, they know.
Yeah.
They know they missed it. And it's in their head somewhere there. And, you know, I'm not saying they're going to give you a straight-up makeup call, but you know, if there's a 50-50 one down the line, they're more likely to throw it your way because they know they did miss it.
Another solid run right there. That's what we need to be building on right now. You know what we didn't look at? Did anybody send any messages to us tonight?
Let's see. I haven't seen. Let me see. Looks like the chat rate is. Let me see if I can open that up. Where's my? Let's see here. Let's see here. I guess we should have. No, doesn't look like we have any.
No. Look at this. Nice. First down.
There we go. Good job. First down. Clock will stop momentarily with 6:19 left in the game. Spartans move the sticks, and that clock will start back up right now. All right. So this, now the dream here would be just run this thing out.
Yeah.
Just slow. First down, second down, third down,
Yep.
first down, second down, third down, and just milk that clock out.
Yep.
And this staff has done an excellent job on Friday night of eating clock in the fourth quarter.
I tell you, against Denham,
man, that was a thing of beauty.
I don't think the coaching staff listened to my vote because I voted for the MVP of that game, and it was the offensive line.
And
I mean, I think they should.
Well, it kind of did. Chase Johnson won it. Chase Johnson won it.
I'm talking about
the whole
it should have been the whole line.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see that.
Man, they took control of that game, and it was over.
I have never seen anything quite like that here. I mean, that was just and the thing about it that you have to realize is they knew we were running the football.
Yes.
We had one receiver on the game that entire drive. They knew we were running it, and they could not stop it.
And we ate up 10 minutes of clock like it was nothing.
Just unbelievable. Just an unbelievable performance.
What would have been great is to get points out of it, right?
Right.
Now, we didn't, but it was still the fact that they were down, they needed that time, and we consumed every minute.
Absolutely. And what the coaches will tell you is they were mad that we didn't finish it off.
Yeah, no doubt.
They wanted to be able to kneel that thing out.
Yep.
And especially since they went down and scored that cheap touchdown, because now you get weeks ahead, and everybody looks back, it says 26-20.
Yeah.
No, that was 26-14.
That's right.
But yeah, coaches are always want to finish those drives off. But man, 10 minutes off that clock, that was just
impressive.
And if you can do that, and this is exactly what we're doing right now, if you can do that consistently, you're going to win a lot of football games. There are a lot of teams who can't do it. They try to do it and they can't. We seem to be pretty good at it. Hold on to that football.
Bouncing it out.
Hold on to that ball. Man. Yeah, I did not like the way he's carrying that ball, but that's all right. At least he had it in the outside hand, and that'll do an awful lot. Your body at least shields most of those guys trying to slap at it. But
about a 5-yard run right there. I mean,
I'll take that.
Yeah.
There we go. Get that camera back in there. Yeah, my brain is split in 3 ways here. Talking, running the clock, and running the camera. Something's going to slip every once in a while. So I'm trying to not let it be the camera. I'm really trying not to let it be the clock. I don't want to catch enough hell for that already tomorrow. But I want you guys to be able to see everything that's going on in the flat.
Oh,
nice.
We gotta have somebody to pick up that block right there. It's hard to make that guy miss when your back is to him.
100%. 100%.
Nice play. Everything was set up beautiful. We just need somebody to pick up that guy.
Yep. Do that, and you got a first down right there. All right, so we are third down and about 5. Big 4 or 5. So we'll milk that clock here. 3 minutes, 50 seconds and counting in the ball game. EA leads 40-35. Prairieville's on a 21-0 run here in the second half. Can the Spartans hold on here? 3:38 and counting. Here's the third down play, and it is a first down, and it is a touchdown.
Yeah, touchdown. Terrence Williams carries that ball in there.
Man, I tell you, once he got around that corner, hit that sideline, he was done. A lot of deceptive speed. These guys are bigger guys and longer legs, and they don't look like Jaden Urson just scooting down the field on Friday night. But man, they're covering more ground than you think they are.
And even Urson and Merriweather, and you know, all of them, Blackburn, they have a second gear.
Yes. Urson showed it big
Yes.
time
Yes.
last Friday night.
And whenever they get out in that, you know, when you got to turn it on, they turn it on.
In fact, that's our game day graphic for this week. You'll see that posted Friday morning. It's Urson mid-stride in that play where he turned onto that second gear. Oh, we missed that just outside. That was
We
they got a
little false start there.
Got a penalty. Yep. So that'll negate that, and we're going to replay the 2-point. So yeah, we, you know, he turned it on and had that second gear, and I thought he was going to get caught for sure.
Yeah.
Safety had a good angle on him, and then he
just left him.
Boom. That was it. He downshifted, and he's gone. And we have a great picture that our EATV crew down on the sidelines, Bree Dugas, Madeline, Amy, they got a great picture of him mid-stride. And so we've got that, and that's going to be our game day graphic for this Friday. And it's a beautiful picture. It's a work of art watching him run. He's just so smooth. He was like that as a freshman. He could just take off at any time.
How about the touchdown we threw Friday to the corner down there under the oak tree?
Is that a catch?
I don't think
behind
that's
the
a catch.
post, they're going to say, well, what kind of motion is he making here? He's asking for help.
No, he's saying there was no catch. Huh? Oh, no, he gave it to him. I thought he said no.
All right, yeah, I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I ran right into the pole there.
Yeah.
2-point conversion is good.
How about the touchdown we threw to the corner of the end zone Friday night to him?
Oh, yeah.
Man, it brought me back. Oh, man, what was now I'm going to forget the name just because I want to talk about it. And Court will remember.
How far back you going here?
Let's see. Court. I knew we brought him for a reason. Chad Hill.
Oh, man.
All right.
Yes,
So
indeed.
Chad Hill would catch those fades going to the corner of that end zone, and it was just a work of art.
And he was not a conventional fade guy because he was 5'8", you know.
But you throw it up, and he was coming down with it.
And him and Lane Trahan had a great relationship.
Yes.
You know, that was just a great quarterback-receiver relationship there. They were on the same page all the time. And, you know, I was just thinking about it. You know, of course, Bryson did not play against Live Oak. People kind of forget that.
Yep.
Nice return there by the Hurricanes. They're going to have it up near the 40.
And he wasn't the only one. I mean, we had a couple of key players that were out.
Right, we had a couple injuries, and then we had a few disciplinary actions there from the Denham Springs thing there. So when you think about it, you've got Urson blazing fast.
Yep.
You could throw the hitch to him or the slant to him, and one slip, and he's gone.
Yeah.
You got Merriweather, who's a matchup nightmare because he's so long and he's big, physical. And you've got him, and then you got Bryson in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot to deal with, you know. And then you swing Blackburn out there into the flat. Now, you got to cover all four of those guys.
And let me tell you, that the one that we don't talk about much is Gotro. Gotro's an athlete.
And he's got sure hand. He's a good route runner.
And, you know, look at this. Almost picked it.
That was close.
You know, and the crazy thing is he's such a hero in the running game. He blocks so well from that receiver position. We hadn't really seen him throwing the ball. He threw a touchdown pass. But that's another weapon that we have not used in short yardage stuff yet.
Correct. So it's a lot to defend us. I'm telling you, it's a lot.
Yeah, I'm about to say he finally got a flag out there, but how much movement does he need to make before they're gonna throw a flag?
Right. I guess they crossed that threshold there.
Yeah. Here come Trainer Renee's boys back out there at quarterback.
Ponce there wearing number 40.
40.
Might be a little story behind that. Let's see.
I didn't realize he was that old.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they must have had him young. Maybe that was right out of college or something.
Well, and I just remember him playing travel baseball. It seemed just like last year he was a little turd playing, little league baseball.
It's amazing how quickly.
Wow.
I know my niece just started high school at Prairieville this year, and man, I just remember her being a little baby. It's how fast. And people always say that, but when you experience it in your own life, man, it's true. It flies by. In high school, I know high school flies by. I've seen it too often. You turn around and these kids are seniors.
That's right.
That's a first down for the Hurricanes. That'll stop the clock momentarily there. 48-35 with 2:44 remaining, and we're going to roll that clock. So 2:40 and counting now, and the Hurricanes are down by 2 scores. So it is getting close to the end of this one. So we're happy to bring you this camera. All right, so our Huddle Focus camera is still not responding well, and we got to talk to those people about that and see what's going on. But we're happy to be able to bring you this. It's a little more complicated because we got to operate the camera too. But it's looking great on the stream there. I've been seeing it a couple of times, a little bit of something there, but I mean, we're dealing with.
It's a lot better than what it's been on
absolutely.
Fridays.
And we can actually go to the camera here real quick and just see. I haven't looked at it in a long time here, so we can just kind of see what it's doing. Oh, look at that.
Look how
let's give
clear
it a shot
is.
for a little bit. Let's just see what happens here.
Yeah.
And maybe it's been that way most of the night.
It
We
might
just
have
haven't looked at it. So we'll see. We'll ride it out with this
one. We did panic when we first started because it was glitching.
Yeah, and so we didn't want to mess with it.
Yeah.
But it might. We're going to give it a roll here and just see how it goes here. Yeah, it looks tremendous right now.
Oh, no, look.
Oh. Okay, incomplete. Yeah,
that's definitely incomplete. But
smart move there. Kill that clock. I mean, it almost looked like that floated out of his hand, though, instead of, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Roll into that sideline. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
Ralph, that thing is crystal clear. That's 1080p right there. Look at that. No,
I'm telling you,
tell me why.
I think it's because on Fridays there's too many people.
It's got to be that. It's got to be that. And even though they're not on the network, it must just still be interfering with it.
But even the ones that are tied into the network, because don't the coaches in the box have
the huddle cameras? May be There are other huddle cameras that get connected into the system, so that definitely could have something to do with it.
Nice pass over the net.
I don't have to do this. They're doing it for me. Yeah. Look at there. Oh, man, that makes everything a lot easier. Yeah. Okay, so that's a first down for the Hurricanes. That'll stop the clock again temporarily. 2:01 left. They'll reset the chains.
Nice little pass from Ponce there. I'm telling you, I still remember him practicing at the softball field at EA. His dad's little baseball team. I'm floored that he's out here playing.
And the best part about this is we get the clock and the scoreboard on the screen there.
Look at nice pass.
That's another first down for the Hurricanes. How about that? And they call a timeout. 1:36 remaining.
And look, I don't know if you noticed, but his throwing motion is not his throwing motion's a baseball throw.
Yeah.
And we're not going to harp on it, but we've had, that's what they complained about mine with a baseball throw, right? But it's kind of like this young man. If you can get the ball where you need to get the ball, who cares how you throw it? I don't care if he throws it with his feet.
I've never seen a ball ask how it got to where it ended up.
Absolutely not.
And sure, there are ways and football guys get kind of hung up on that a little bit. But yeah, I've always thought, man, I mean, yeah. Does the ball end up where you want it? Okay, well, let's not get picky about how it got there.
Like him or hate him, but Patrick Mahomes never throws a ball over the top like you're supposed to throw a football.
Right. And there are more and more guys who don't do that now. I mean, you have to go back and watch those old NFL film stuff to see those guys throwing that textbook
look, that was
style.
sidearm right there, and that's a touchdown.
Yep, look at that.
Wow. That was beautiful.
That really was. That really was. That's wild. What a game.
And look, 1:32 left.
Yeah.
They can onside kick this thing.
Yep.
They still got all their timeouts, huh? Or
They have 2 left.
2 left. Okay. There's still enough.
Oh, man. Yeah, so we need to make sure Hands team is ready.
Yeah.
That's a great JV thing, though, to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Let's get that Hands team together and make sure we got this under control.
Snap, and it's blocked.
All right, that's big, too. That's
All right.
That's a 7-point
Yes.
margin instead of 6. That's nice. Just ask Notre Dame and Texas A&M about that. That was, what was that, a blocked extra point or something like that, or a muffed kick or something, and then, or a missed extra point, whatever it was, and then Texas A&M wins by 1. Man, that's tough. So I'm sure they'll be talking about Hands down there because you can't. You can't just kick it to us. I mean, not with 1:32 left.
No.
You're gonna have to.
Going to stay.
You gotta. If you close it,
Okay. Because I can't see anymore.
Yeah, it is getting pretty fogged up over here.
Yeah.
These air conditions are working.
Yeah. It's
overtime.
a little chilly in here.
I don't mind. I'll take that over a little warm.
Now I can
Any
see
day.
it.
All right, so we've got kickoff here. Almost certain to be some kind of onside
Yeah, it's got to
kick.
be.
Hands team's ready for the Spartans. You also got to be ready on that second and third line because you could also just pooch it, you know. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Bounce, but hey, we got the ball.
Great return. Great recovery there by the Spartans. That was a great onside kick.
Yeah, that's textbook right there. I don't know if you can. I mean, I don't know other people do it any better than that.
Oh, that's what you want. You want that second or third hop to be the big one. And that was, man, you couldn't ask for any more than that. Give that kicker some props over there. Because that is, man, that's 100% what you're looking for. And this camera, this doggone camera, just looks perfect.
Yeah.
That blows my mind.
Yeah.
It's got to be traffic.
I'm telling you,
here.
that's what it is.
And when we first turned it on, it was glitching a little bit, but it caught up and it looks great.
That's amazing.
Wow. There you go. So 1:32 left. Spartans up 48-41. What a JV contest tonight. And there we go. First down is a good 5-yard gain there. And is Prairieville going to, they're going to stop.
They're going to start calling them timeouts. And
they got one left. And it's 9:23. There goes Albashi.
Albashi is closed.
Dang it. I don't want to eat any more leftover gumbo. Man. Sonic does have the half-price burgers after 5. Don't they? It's Tuesday, yeah. I don't really want that either, though. I might just go home and eat a bowl of cereal.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do tonight. It's
got some almond honey bunches of oats. That's a good. I might go home and eat a big bowl of that.
Ever since I changed all the way I eat and all that stuff, it's tough, man.
Oh yeah, especially late night is where it's
Yeah,
hardest, man.
yeah.
It really is because you can pull up those places. There aren't many good options for you.
Not at all.
Used to do Wendy's. Look at there. Ooh, got a hold on that football.
Yeah.
That is a first down, though. That's a huge first down. Probably a game-clinching first down.
Yep.
They're going to stop the clock here, and they're going to remove the chains. And then that's probably going to be kneel on it time. And there we go. White hat motions for it to move, and it's 1:10 and counting left in the ball game, and Prairieville can only stop it one more time, if any. I think they're out.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just going to be kneel on it time. It's victory time, and EA will hold on. They were outscored 27-7 in this, 27-8 in the second half.
7-8 in the second half.
But they're able to hold on and pull out the win, 48-41. 89 points scored tonight on Burnside.
Wow.
And if you stuck this one out with us, we appreciate it. Man, what a game. JV, you never know.
Yeah.
Freshman and JV, you never know. So next Tuesday night, you're going to have to see what happens. EA and Santa Maria. I said it. School across the air line. That ought to be a fantastic atmosphere there to kick off Gator Week.
Yeah.
So that will do it as the final seconds tick off here from Spartan Stadium. EA takes it 48-41 from the Prairieville Hurricanes. A valiant effort there in the second half from the Hurricanes. They got to be proud of what they did tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, they showed fight. I'm talking about, I thought they were out at halftime, and they said, nope.
Absolutely
Coach
not.
Gaspar got these boys up and got them rolling, and, man, they turned into an exciting game.
That
and
is something else.
I tell you what, just to know that, like you said, most of these kids are going to be, or all these kids will be dressed out Friday night.
Right.
Some of these kids are going to get some action Friday night. And just to know what they got coming, it's pretty impressive. The second-year program, man, and they are already making noise.
They're on the right track.
Yep.
And, I do like those jerseys, man. That's
I do.
nice.
I do.
There's that navy trim on the line there is really nice. They call it poison green is what they call that green, poison green.
Yep, I really like that.
I'm glad they went with that because if you look at their logos, you go to like their Facebook page and all that kind of stuff, that green is darker and it's kind of grassy, it's muted.
Yep.
And that just doesn't translate well on athletic uniforms. You need bold, you need bold. And
they cause so much flack over the Aquaman thing.
They had a rough rollout.
Yeah. But, and in all honesty, and look, and I will say Chuck Sheets and I both, we kind of caught them, but, especially on Facebook and stuff like that, we kind of made fun of them. But the thing about it is, it was all fun and games, but I really and truthfully, to be honest with you, I would have stuck with it. I would have stuck with it because it gave them,
gave them a little juice.
It did.
A lot of people were talking about it, and hey, any publicity is good publicity, right? Is what
absolutely.
they'll tell you,
I would have stuck with it.
It's a good point.
I would have made him a little more masculine, but I would have stuck with that mascot. The bird is not, I don't feel the bird.
Yeah, Jumbo Gumbo there. If you come Friday night, he'll probably be blown up there somewhere. It's he looks like the it's Sam Eagle from the Muppets. Like if you Google Sam Eagle, that's Jumbo Gumbo.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if that'll. It's hard. New school. You're trying to figure out what's going to catch and what's not, and you just kind of throw stuff at the wall and see what happens. But that'll be interesting to see old Jumbo Gumbo there. But Aquaman could have been something. You had to go through a little phase there, but I think it could have been something.
But I still believe they should have went with something from the history, right, of the area.
Yeah,
some kind of.
Pirates would have been interesting, but of course Galvez Middle already has that, and that's why you want to stay away from that. But
if you could have did something like that, area was full of cowboys. They were full of guys that ran cattle. My family was huge. They owned half of Prairieville, Dutchtown, ran cattle on all that for years and years. So if you would have went back with, I know Central's the Mustangs, but if you could have went with something would come some kind of. And the middle schools, the Broncos. I mean, take it back. You be the Prairieville Broncos or the Prairieville Cowboys like Oklahoma State or something.
Yeah.
I think it would have fit the area more history-wise. But I do like the Hurricanes, so it's
a good Louisiana.
Absolutely.
It's a good Louisiana.
Absolutely it is. Yeah.
I wish they'd have went with a Tulane color scheme. I think that would have been
been sick.
And you'd have matched with Tulane on the rise. That'd have been a cool little thing there.
Yeah.
But, hey, what can you do?
Yep.
All right, so there you go. One last little reminder, Rivalry Week next week.
Yep.
So starting next Monday all the way through next Friday afternoon, anytime you go to walk-ons on Highway 30 across from Tanger, 10% is going to the EA Booster Club. Just let them know you're with EA. And we're going to have some decorations up over there. Ms. Jamie Andrews is in charge of that, so you know what that's going to end up looking like. And, of course, next Wednesday night, we have the Brock Mathern Show live from Walk-On's Tanger Outlet. So you come there,
That's gonna
get
be
some
fun.
supper, and we're going to have it live on the PA on the speakers, and we're also going to have it live on YouTube. Hopefully, if not, we're going to record it, and then I'll just go and put it up there, you know, in an hour or so.
And if you have never sat down and talked to Brock, you really need to come and watch this. Talk to him when everything's done. Pull him off that side. He is such an incredible guy to speak to. So down to earth, so energetic about what he does, and you know, he's really a great guy to talk to.
He's as passionate as anybody I've ever seen about coaching football, every aspect of it. He loves these kids. He loves the game. He loves the little coaching intricacies. He is so I can't wait to talk to him tomorrow, you know, about that Live Oak game, and then looking forward to Prairieville and about this game. I mean, we'll talk about this one a good bit. You know, it's fun.
Yes.
It's fun to hear him talk because he always has something that'll make you think a little bit.
Yep.
All right. So until then, thanks for joining us. So on behalf of Ralph DeLatte, this is Coach Brownfield, and we're going to call it a night here on Burnside, 9:31. We're going to call it a night, and we're going to see you Friday. Rev Sports 1 will be on the call for EA in Prairieville on Parker Road. Get there early and enjoy another Friday night football in Ascension Parish. All right. So until then, good.